Alright, so the plan tonight is that we're going to be playing 8 Cocoa Angels. And I've decided that the appropriate name for a deck that uses 8 copies of Cocoa between Collected Company and Kayla's Reconstruction is, of course, to reference the fact that Cocoa is the first part of the word coconut, and so we will call this 8 Nut. There's a grand tradition in Magic of naming anything that gets 8 copies of an effect 8 something. We have 8 Whack, 8 Rack. What was the one with locusts? 8 locusts? No, that was 12 post, not 8 post. Although I think there was an 8 post deck. Anyway, Cocoa is too many syllables for that trend, so of course we can't go with 8 Cocoa, and thus 8 Nut was born. 8 Cast. There we go. So basically, this is a build of Cocoa Angels that is sort of common, except playing Yorion to get Blink synergy and additional cards to attempt to help the red-black matchup. The idea is that this deck is supposed to be pretty decent against red-black by virtue of just out-card advantaging them and gaining life so you're not as pressured by Shieldred. And a similar scenario against mono green, where you just make flyers that are so big that you get to kill all their planeswalkers and hope they don't combo you, which helped out slightly by the fact that there are slightly fewer infinite Karn combos, and you can actually kind of just stall out the game against mono green if you have like 3, 6, 8 blockers a lot of the time. So, doing all that, taking advantage of Nykthos with a bunch of white pips to cast some really big Kayla's Reconstruction sometimes, and then rounding out the package with Laydown Arms and Portable Hole as the removal, and a couple of Restoration of Eiganjos to give us a little more redundancy on finding Giada and making sure Giada doesn't die, and also to get more mana to cast really big Kayla's Reconstructions. I'm not 100% convinced that that is correct. I think that Restoration actually has a lot more use in Pioneer, because the one thing that this deck in Explorer really lacks that I like the idea of in Pioneer is that Pioneer has what's the name of that dork? Knight of the White Orchid, who goes and gets any planes and puts it onto the battlefield, not tapped. If you, it's white, so it's a 2-drop that adds 2 devotion, that if you have fewer lands than your opponent, goes and grabs any planes from your deck and puts it onto the battlefield, and does not put it onto the battlefield tapped unless it would come into play tapped naturally, which means you can grab a planes untapped and then immediately cast Laydown Arms or Portable Hole, which is a big deal. You can also grab non-basic planes, which means that it adds a lot more fixing for your Collected Company, and means you don't have to play as many things like Branchloft Pathway that aren't planes for Laydown Arms, which is pretty awkward. So, a lot of things that card does that I'm sad we don't have, and a lot of synergy with it and Restoration of Eiganjo that I'm sad we don't have, but alas. I think it also has First Strike for some reason, because it just needs more keywords and abilities stapled onto it. It's wild that thing still doesn't see so much play because it's not good on the play. It's very useful when you're on the draw. Not so useful when you're on the play. But let's see. There's a sideboard here that I have not used yet. I threw Restoration of Eiganjos and Spirited Companions and Sanctuary Wardens in the sideboard because I thought those would be good against red-black. They're fine. I threw Portable Holes and Lyras in the sideboard because I thought they'd be good against white. I don't know. Threw Atomic in the sideboard because this makes mono green very unhappy because it can't play its ramp enchantments targeting lands and can't use Cure to untap lands. But I haven't gotten it in play against green yet. But hypothetically, this should all be interesting. Also, I haven't played a best of 3 with this game yet because sideboards aren't real, and if they aren't real, they can't hurt you. With that said, I think it is time for us to actually attempt to play best of 3 and pretend that my sideboard is real. Deck command should work once we actually get in the game, I think. That should be about when it realizes there's a new deck. And right about now, I think? If I'm not mistaken? No? Did it decide not to boot? It looks like it should boot. What's going on? There we go. Alright, just took a while. Alright, we will take the play. We're not going to keep this one. We're playing against mono red. We will be keeping this hand against mono red. What are we throwing away against mono red? Probably the Inspiring Overseer, and then just hope we hit a land drop. Go with turn 2 Portable Hole, turn 3 Righteous Valkyrie. That sounds like the plan. Hopefully we don't draw any laydown arms, because we have drawn 0 planes, which is a little awkward. Oh, that's still 0 planes, but at least it is more lands. Oh, there's a planes. Perfect. Oh, black-red Obosh? Most of the Obosh decks I've ever seen were white for Wedding Announcement against red-black. Oh, Mechanized Warfare, huh? Interesting, interesting. Well, let's Coco and see if we can trigger Righteous Valkyrie. You are not an angel, so you will not help. So we cannot get any kind of online Righteous Valkyrie. We can at least get some and exile Mechanized Warfare, which is probably at least pretty decent. Don't forget to cast Coco in your upkeep. I'll try to remember that. That's a good point. Oh no, my Giada. I presume that means they also have an answer to Skyclave Apparition, otherwise that was an interesting choice. It does mean they still have an answer to Skyclave App. Oh, well, that's a lot more lands than I was looking for. Yeah. I think we attack here. I think I'm too much of a coward to ever block that 3-3. My Valkyrie is too important to me. Okay. Light up the stage. Mechanized Warfare next turn. That'll be moderately inconvenient. Hey, Kayla's Reconstruction. That's very timely and very good. Does this just win us the game? Nope. But it's still pretty good. Draw 2 cards, gain 4 life. Oh hey, a Righteous Valkyrie. That probably wins the game. Alright, now you can hang back, Righteous Valkyrie. Mechanized Warfare, sure. Monophase Kakazan, we take 2 damage. Okay. Land. 1 last card. Aww. Well, that's no fun. Well, I could Yorion this turn and gain a bunch of life, but why do that when I could instead Yorion later and gain more life? Let's keep getting rid of Mechanized Productions. Don't really want to block with Inspiring Overseers, because they represent gaining life with Yorion. What was the opponent's top deck? A Swifty Spear. Very well. Obosh. Opponent attacks with a Swift Spear. We will not block the Swift Spear. suppose we cycle this first in case we hit specifically Portable Hole or Lay Down Arms? Oh, wait. Do we have anything that's instant? We have Coco. But we would only have 3 mana available afterwards. Yes, so we cycle this now. Okay, well. So we get in the air, put the opponent to 6, leave them dead next turn. Could... Oh, Blinking Portable Hole is definitely free. Could give them a 3/3 to exile a Swift Spear. That sounds like a good idea given that the Swift Spear is a... okay, wait. Oh, so Portable Hole... No. Skyclave Apparition exiles the Portable Hole exiles the 3/3. That's the thing we're getting. And then all of this is fine, I think. Don't believe any of those orders matter. Oh, I could also exile the 2/2, because it's a 4/4. That's better than exiling a 3/3. Well, it's not a 4/4, it's a 4/2. Either way. Exile that. Exile that. Gain lots of life. Draw lots of cards. Up to 15. That could be better. Could be worse. Light up the stage. Browse trigger. 2 come out of his Coxons. Okay. I mean, that's like almost scary. I take 2. I take another 2. All I got to do is have 6 damage in the air and I win. Let's see. Jump block. Jump block. Regular block. Oh, no. Better over here. So that leaves us with a lot of damage in the air and not taking lethal. So, sounds good? Sounds good. Sounds good? Sounds good. Alright. Life gain pretty good against mono red. I believe we will play Portable Holes and not Tomic, and probably view Restoration of Eiganjo and Raidane as too slow, and then bring in Lyra's, and that's clean and almost makes it look like I know what I'm doing? Does that sound about right? What is the order of replacement effects for Valkyria and Obosh? Or Valkyria and Obosh and Mechanized Warfare? Does the source of the damage choose the replacement effects, or does the controller of the object being affected choose the replacement effects? And am I an object? Permanence, controller, orders, replacements. Okay, so that's interesting. If I would take 1 damage and there's a Valkyria in play and a Mechanized Warfare, does reducing the damage to 0 cause it to no longer be damaged and then Mechanized Warfare wouldn't apply? So it just wouldn't happen? Or is the second the damage is dealt, it's already an instance of damage, and reducing it to negative and then taking it back up doesn't magically stop it from being damage in the middle of the thing? I'm imagining you definitely could... Either way, I don't want to spend 4 mana on this, so it's not really, like, relevant, but that's a judged question to throw on a test to be evil. Reducing it to 0 turns off Mechanized Warfare. Howdy about that. Alright. Well, lay down arms and Portable Holes sounds good. Oh, you can lay down arms your own stuff to gain life? Wow. Fancy. Ooh. Nothing on turn 1? Wow. So they must have Bone Crusher then that they were willing to keep a hand? No? Just Shock? Light of the state. Okay, sure. Sure. That sort of makes sense. Giada! Monastery Swift Spear, Stomp Giada. Wow, they don't even have an anything? Okay. Well, I mean, I could kill Monastery Swift Spear, but why do that when I can draw cards to try to hit this Coco next turn instead? Oh, right. I forgot. So, Giada has an ability that lets you use it to cast angels that I have yet to actually remember you're allowed to use. So, I probably should have Portable Hold that Swift Spear there, if I'm being honest. Let's go with Scapuration, the Ferocidon. Oh, okay, we're done. I was gonna say, I'm building up to a lot of devotion next turn to cast a really big Kayla's Reconstruction. Maybe I should actually be prioritizing Portable Hold slightly higher than Laydown Arms for that synergy? Still, successful. I mean, if Angels can't beat Mono Red, then Angels is probably in a bad spot. Getting to play a bunch of creatures and a bunch of extra card draw alongside a bunch of life gain seems like a good recipe against Mono Red in general. Okay, on the draw, we have no Coco effects. But we do have Giada into Righteous Valkyrie, and that sounds probably pretty good. Let's go with play our tap land first. Opponent on mono white. No, wait. Why would you play Mishra's Foundry? Doesn't mono white have Mutavault? Or am I missing something? Yeah, I don't think we need to play an untapped land to have Giada untapped here for any particular reason. Luminarch Aspirant, so that gets Adeline up to 5 power to attack through the Righteous Valkyrie. Okay. I wasn't going to block the Adeline, so what's the trick with Thalia here? Oh, Eiganjo for 1. Yeah, that's fair. So I didn't really have a way to play around that, even. Yeah, I might be losing then. Mono White's consistently been the deck that I've lost to the most while playing this. Which makes sense. I kind of feel like Mono White's probably the best deck in Pioneer. Do you like Kayla's Restoration and Coco-like decks? It isn't instant speed, but I like the flexibility. Yeah, a deck like this, I don't know if it's necessarily like as good in a Coco deck that's trying to be like completely aggressive, but a deck like this that's about building up a giant board state fast rather than about like pure aggression, the instant speed starts to matter less. How do we avoid dying here? This could be tricky. Right? Righteous Valkyrie just makes everything absolutely ginormous. Adeline is a problem. I don't know how to handle this. Guess I shouldn't have blocked with Righteous Valkyrie at all. And give everything pro-white for Leaf. lethal? Not quite lethal. Almost lethal. I actually kind of wonder if they shouldn't have done that there. Can I somehow punish them for this, or am I just short of that? I believe Exactly's dead. Oh dear. Darn you, legendary rule. Alright, maybe they don't see it. Okay. They seens it. Oh man, Brave the Elements is such a very good card. I feel like even if I'm firing on all cylinders and if I don't lose Righteous Valkyrie there, that's still just gonna be a tough card for me to beat. I'm not sure if I like Restoration of Eiganjo, especially against Thalia, but what else can we really do? I guess I could try to bring in Lyra and see if that, like, races mono white? Maybe? I don't know. Why not? Give it a go. Hypothetically, at some point I can remember that my creatures have the ability to tap for mana. And that, like, lets us accelerate out of Lyra. This is probably not a keep, right? This feels like it shouldn't be a keep. I don't think this is a keep. I think this is better. Let's see. I really want to keep the Inspiring Overseer. I also really want to keep everything. I guess we'll get rid of the Inspiring Overseer. Oh wait, I can't even play the Youthful Valkyrie, can I? So I got 2 tap lands here. I should probably still keep it. Even if only to play on turn 4. I think it actually is better than the... whatchamacallit that I put on the bottom. Better turn 4 play than the Overseer, because it gains more life. Time will tell. No, Giada, turn late. Why? Well, maybe not a turn late. Maybe a turn fine. We just play Skyclave Cleric this turn and then go Righteous Valkyrie into Youthful Valkyrie next turn. And that's all very big and stuff. Is Righteous Valkyrie into Youthful Valkyrie the best order? Well, probably. If I do it the other way, I don't gain any life. If I do it this way... Let's see, this enters with 5... I mean, it's pretty close. Do I want a bigger Righteous Valkyrie? Yeah, it probably doesn't matter. I'll just gain the life. Alright. So let's just not block and hope they don't have removal for Righteous Valkyrie. I mean, I guess I can block with Youthful Valkyrie, can't I? Never mind. No blocking with Youthful Valkyrie. Not allowed. Also removal for Righteous Valkyrie? Okay, well, I'm probably low likelihood to be able to win then. am I supposed to Apparition here? Am I Scappying Portable Hole to get back Youthful Valkyrie? Or am I Scappying a creature that's scary to get rid of a creature that's scary? My opponent has protection from white here. What happens? I get punished by targeting a creature, but I get the pro-white out of their hand? So they definitely have it. So would I just rather get the creature or get pro-white out of their hand? I probably have to get pro-white out of their hand because I'm just going to be dead to it very quickly. Okay, so they hold on to it. That's something. It's not a good thing, but it's something. Does that mean they just have another Adeline? Yeah. That is what that means, and that does mean bad. I'm taking 6. Dead next turn. So we basically have to Reconstruction and hit an Apparition, which is probably worth spending 3 life on. Alright, we hit some stuff. If we Portable Hole the Thalia's Lieutenant, that forces them to use the protection now. Then between the two, would we rather have Overseer? Probably much rather have Overseer than the Bishop. So that draws a card and pumps the Valkyrie. There's the Brave. And now the chumping. Trade. I'd rather have Youthful Valkyrie or Giada still alive at the end of this. I think I have to draw Kayla's Reconstruction, and I'd probably rather have Giada in play for that. To Anthem whatever angels we do hit. Similar story if we hit Coco. More toys for the opponent, keeps doing things. That's a useless land. Alright. And mono white seems like a brutal matchup. I can't imagine there's much we can do to win that other than just hoping the opponent doesn't have removal and then also like just doesn't have a good hand. Maybe Giada into Righteous Valkyrie and then just continuing to play Angels could get there against a hand with no interaction, but like... feels like they could still Goldfish that a lot of the time. I would say I'm comfortable with that being a bad matchup, but I am honestly like very close to believing Mono White's just kind of the best deck by a lot. If we wanted to make that matchup better, what would be good tools to do so with? The card that has pro-white and makes every attacking creature cost 1 mana. It costs 4 mana, not 3, right? We'll keep this. We have 1 mana answers to Lana or Elf. The temptation to go Caves of the Frost Dragon into laydown arms has been staggeringly common. Does Settle work through Pro White? It does, yeah. Could try to do a Settle the Wreckage kind of thing. Kind of works with bluffing Coco. Although, less stellar through Thalia. Opponent hits land drops. I see. Now we could punch the Karn, or we could just sit around and do our own thing. I think I will let them sacrifice and activate Karn if it means I get to play a Righteous Valkyrie next turn. Ooh, wow, that Cavalier milled a lot of hits. Karn down ticks. Alright. What toys does Karn get? Karn decides to make my life significantly harder with God Pharaoh's statue. Understood. Oh, did I do that in the wrong order? I wonder if I could have gained 8 life there instead of the amount that I did gain. Oh well. Attack for 6. They can put Karn on top if they want to. This is the sort of start that's supposed to be good against mono green, so time to find out if that's the case in practice. More Cavaliers. Alright. Well, that sort of slows our life down. They find a Nykthos. Have not yet milled any Cocos. Alright. 2 Cavaliers is definitely where life gets pretty awkward. So now they kind of just get to sit around until they Coco. Or, well, their version of Coco. What am I doing here? Am I okay trading with the Cavalier, given that there's nothing useful in the graveyard? Come on. They could get a Karn. That could be a problem. Also, if I lose a Righteous Valkyrie, my other Valkyrie can no longer attack through Cavalier, so I think I kind of have to chill. Old Growth Troll, that's not so scary. Llanowar Elf, that's not so scary. Alright. So we're back to the full-on top deck wars. Let's go ahead and Apparition the Old Growth Troll away. Oh, I can just attack with Scappies here, though. Yeah... Again, how much do I care? Karn could tutor up an actual removal spell here, which could be a problem. So maybe we wait and don't swing yet. So I'm pretty sure they have that 8-drop artifact in the board that just blows things up. More Cavaliers. That continues to be an issue. Still no Storm the Festivals. Giada is very good. Although, do I want to wait on that? Because I could Yorion and Portable Hole this turn. All Giada does is gain a bunch of life. If I wait on Giada, then my Righteous Valkyries aren't active next turn, which is a little inconvenient. Oh, but they could be because I can Bishop of Wings first. Alright, we'll go ahead and wait on the Giada then. I guess playing the Giada rather than the Yori into hand is better if I hit a Coco specifically. And here comes the storm in the festival. Now things get awkward. Or they hit 2 lands, and then things are less awkward. I guess most of the Karns are in the graveyard. They do not hit anything terribly relevant. There's Kayla's Reconstruction. Alright, that could be useful-ish eventually. This time, let's stack the triggers correctly. Oh, I thought that was the way... So, didn't the auto-stacking work last time? No, okay. I got up to 6 last time and it needed to be up to 27. Got it. Huh. That's an interesting point for conceding. I guess what happens is I Yorion there, exile Skyclave, Portable Hole. Get to exile a 3/3. And then the Old Growth Troll and the Llanowar, leaving them with a Llanowar and a 2/2. My Righteous Valkyries come back as 8/10s. I gain 20 life. I don't know. Can't they just start firing Lair of the Hydras at me in that case? That feels like that's not actually anywhere close to the end of the game. They just get to keep digging for Karns or more Storm the Festivals. And I'm a ways off from actually killing them. I guess I can try to get them to the point where they don't have enough chump blockers and one attack is lethal? Do we have any Ajani's in the list? We do not. No Ajani's here. So we should bring in the Tomic and the Raidane. I'm assuming this is a matchup where Restoration of Eiganjo isn't as helpful. I think we keep all the laydown arms and portable holes. That makes sense to me. Have removal for the 1-mana mana dorks. Seems right. Especially on the draw. Although the amount of capacity we have to turn 1 those removal spells is a little limited. Well, this has 3 of my sideboard cards. Is Raidane just for mono green? Because if it is, I think Archon is better. Oh, that might be an interesting point. Mono green was the plan for Raidane, where taxing their planeswalkers is a big deal. And Archon doesn't actually tax the planeswalkers. And by planeswalkers, I mostly just mean Karn and whatever Karn grabs. But a lot of the times, tax isn't actually that effective against them either. I think we mulligan that. I think we keep this and get rid of a Resplendent Angel. Since hopefully we won't be playing multiple 3-drops in a row anyway. Come on, 1-drop removal spell. Nope. Okay. I am prepared to get bullied. Are they missing a land? Okay. So the bullying could have been worse. Wait, Topiary Stomper and Mono Green. What are they missing from the Pioneer version if they're playing Topiary Stomper? I think we have to play Overseer here to try to hit our 4th land drop. That'll do. Oath of Nissa? Oh, okay. Yeah. Ooh, Cavalier completely whiffs. Love to see it. Well, let's shock and see if we can make them scared to attack. Interesting that the replacement for the 1-drop ends up being the 3-drop. Vivian! Oh, okay.
Let's see if you're worthy. I've seen things that would break someone like you.
Those seem like good hits. Would love to gain 8 life. This is my 4th Plains. So we can't get rid of this Cavalier, much to my sadness. We can make a bunch more angels and gain a bunch more life. I probably have to throw away my Inspiring Overseer to kill Vivian Reed here. So I think that means getting rid of Topiary Stomper. I do get a 1/1 for this. That keeps the Righteous Valkyrie alive.
Not bad. For a mouse.
Life total seems relatively stable. Alright. How much fun does the opponent get to have? Wolf Below Haven. Kiora. Make a lot of mana. Cast a Storm the Festival. 2 floating, so another Kiora gives them another Nykthos, which means if they hit anything that adds 3 devotion plus Kiora, they get another spin of the wheel. Nykthos is in Explorer, yes. Came out in the newest anthology. Old Growth Troll, but no Kiora. So no respin, unless they have another Nykthos. They do, so we get another spin. This leaves them only 1 mana, so they can't oh, they could Cavalier into another Nykthos if the Cavalier into something. Actions could happen that resulted in them getting to cast another Storm the Festival from the graveyard, technically. But did not. Interesting. We just actually successfully out-goldfished Mono Green while on the draw. I mean, game 1 I definitely still could have lost, but at least that's a relatively encouraging start. What's an 8-nut? It's when you have 8 of them instead of 4. Like, originally Angels just played 4 Cocos, but now we're playing 8. We will take the play. Ooh. Getting the good old 8-nut versus 8 buffalo matchup. Okay, well, the Youthful Valkyrie into Righteous Valkyrie into Righteous Valkyrie seems at least sort of fine. Seeing Nykthos with this new legendary frame is weird. My brain was very confused at first. It's too bad playing Emeria's Call as a land doesn't give you 3 devotion to white, but also that would probably break Magic. So maybe it's a good thing that that isn't the case. Old Growth Troll. Oh no. Could Apparition the Llanowar Elf. Maybe I'm supposed to. But why do that when instead I could hit face? Okay, maybe this isn't great. Adventurous Impulse. So everybody has a different choice of what to do with that 1 mana slot, huh? Only a single extra white source is a little awkward here. Or a single plains for laydown arms is a little awkward. I might need to relook at this mana base and not play as many Castle Ardenvales or creature lands and just play more plains. I could shock to play Apparition on Old Growth and lay down on Llanowar. And then that stops them from playing a 6-drop, but they already demonstrated not having a 6-drop, didn't they? So this was 4 mana. I'm pretty sure they had 6 mana available last turn. So let's just assume that that's not a priority. Take our 5 damage lump. Kiora, untap Cavalier of Thorns? No, untap Nykthos. Okay, well, what else do we have then? Okay. It's not the scariest. This is also not the scariest. This is a curious move that has led their Kiora to be dead on board.
Just gonna slip away.
Could technically hold on to this Emeria. And then if we hit an untapped land, I could cast it. But feel like I'd rather just play Yorion if we hit the untapped land. If I get to Yorion, we gain how much life? Now that whole question's a lot different. Previously, it was 4 plus 4 plus 6? So it would have been 14, wouldn't have been enough to turn on Righteous Valkyrie. Now, however... Why did it automatically choose white? I guess because it's the only option, so it just goes through it if you don't have devotion to anything else. Huh, okay. Well, let's gain 8 life. Could Apparition the Wolf Willow? I'm going to have enough devotion to cast Yorion next turn regardless, so I might as well just reduce their devotion. mitigate the risk of them storming off. This is precisely the kind of position where I feel like having Yorion's a pretty big deal, though. This could legitimately be kind of a tough game without this Yorion. Hypothetically, if the opponent draws really well, it could still be a tough game. Oh, well... I mean, I definitely could Yorion. But this feels like a lot more fun. How much do we do this for? No, it's gotta be X equals 7. I'm no coward. I believe in my deck. Okay, believing in my deck was a mistake. Whoops. Oh, good times, good times. What's Tomic for? Specifically, it's against mono green. It stops them from being able to cast Wolf Willow Haven, and stops them from being able to use Kiora targeting Nykthos. What order to do this in? Does it even matter? I don't know if it does. Let's play Skyclave Cleric. Doodly 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 doodly. Then we can go ahead and... Okay. Have the opponent concede. Sure. What are the nuts and the 8 nuts? We're playing 4 Collected Companies and 4 Kayla's Reconstructions. Let's see. I think last time we decided Restoration out, Tomic, Raidane in? Don't think this one's gonna be a keep. Alright. This'll do. This'll do. Also prevents them from targeting a milled Nykthos from an ETB trigger on Cavalier of Thorns. Is that true? I'm not entirely sure that's true. It lets them it prevents them from targeting a milled Nykthos with the Dies trigger, but not the ETB trigger. I can probably get rid of Emeria's Call here. No 1-mana removal for the Llanowar Elf. Alright. Make me sad. It's a real bummer that Giada can't cast Collected Company. Probably would be busted if it could, but still, sad. Alright. How wild are we going, opponent? No 5-drops? Yes, 5-drop. Okay. Well, the good news is we get to punch Karn down to 1, so it can't grab a second thing. The sad part is that it'll be able to grab a first thing, and it's slightly difficult to beat the giant 6-drop that makes all my stuff cost infinity mana. This will complicate matters. Would like to draw an exile spell for the Old Growth Troll? No? Okay. Playing that land was a mistake, because we could have drawn a tap land off of this Inspiring Overseer. Now we will play around drawing a 1-mana removal spell as a Coco. Alright. That'll be useful in some number of turns. Layer of the Hydra will be a problem. How consistent is the deck in terms of getting out Tomic? Not terribly consistent, but I'm not sure if it needs to be. It's just nice when you do. And if you don't, it ain't the end of the world. Punch Karn, play Overseer. Have blocks ready. Alright, we get to Portable Hole, Llanowar Elf. That ain't too bad. Oh, Lair of the Hydra's gonna be a problem. How big is Mono Green Karn and Explorer now that Nykthos is here? Probably the most popular deck in the format. At least as far as the ladder goes. Okay. Well, this is awkward.
Awaken.
Oh, you didn't want to do that, opponent. That's definitely not the right move. I would very much like to kill the God Pharaoh statue, please. Thank you. Alright, let's start with Coco. See where we go from there. Righteous Valkyrie and Giada. Could gain a lot of life by going with the Giada, but I gotta imagine that exiling the Old Growth Troll is better. I could also exile the Karn. Maybe that's actually even better. Let's go with that.
I will be better prepared next time.
Feel like we would rather play Youthful Valkyrie than a Portable Hole. Now we have two wonderful creatures that block Old Growth Troll, and enough life that we can probably weather a hit from Lair of the Hydra. Are you able to see the list? It was working earlier. For some reason it's... There we go. For some reason it's been very temperamental about actually giving the list when somebody types deck today. Yeah, I'll just take 9, that's fine. Oh, the other thing Tomic does is stop them from getting an Old Growth Troll back because it can't target a land. Let's go see what we get. Righteous Valkyrie and Giada are fun. Let's keep the bigger Giada. Did I maybe have lethal if I kept the other Giada? No, apparently I did not actually have lethal if I kept the other Giada. Wow, fancy that. Rid of an Elvish Mystic, go to combat, swings, why not, having fun. Play a green in case we somehow draw both of the remaining collected companies in the same turn somehow in the future. Oh, we're done. So what's the idea behind Yorion and not just an 80 build, or not just a 60 build? Mostly that the 60 card build doesn't have as much 1-mana removal as I think that it probably ought to, and you get to keep your Coco ratios pretty healthy while going with Yorion. And also the deck just incidentally has a huge number of Yorion synergies, so mostly works out. It helps you get a lot more of an edge in the matchups against like red-black, where having a companion, it's just one extra card in a resource grindy attrition matchup is really helpful. I want to mulligan this because it's got like lands, but I want to mulligan it because we're on the draw and it has nothing before turn 3. This seems good though. We shall keep. Lay down arms, go bye-bye. I like getting to play turn 1 removal on Llanowar Elves. Lovestruck Beast says this opponent as their answer to Oath of Nissa. It's very fascinating how every mono green player seems to have a different 1-drop. If they're missing land drops, I should probably prioritize getting rid of Wolf Lowhaven to doing anything else. Okay. Apparently we're good at beating mono green, even if none of the games we've played against mono green feel like they should count as real games. Mono green and Pioneers running Lovestruck? Versus what? I have not yet seen a Pioneer version running Lovestruck. That doesn't seem like it would be good against mono green's bad matchups. We'll keep this. My view of their bad matchups being like Phoenix and the Fire's dead. Oh, maybe it's not terrible against Fires. Against Rakdos? Oh, I guess it is cute against mono white, isn't it? Because it gives you a white blocker. Okay. Alright. I can kind of appreciate that. The other big thing missing from mono green is the chain veil for the sideboard. You will take 5 damage. Very well. Oh! Voracious Hydra. Opponent, that's rude. I wanted my Youthful Valkyrie to be slightly larger. However, am I supposed to do that now? Should I probably play the Skyclave Cleric? No, if I'm going to Coco next turn, I want to be able to grow the Youthful Valkyrie. Jeez. Okay, opponent's on a very different mono-green list, it would seem.
Harness the elements.
I'm getting punched. No Apparition. You're only until your next turn, right? Alright, well, let's see what happens here. I guess these happen here. I'm not terribly in love with this. Alright, if they want to emblem Nissa, they can. Alright, well, opponent can play something pretty big here. That's an interesting point. Yeah, Karn Silex could be pretty good. That's the interesting thing again about mono green. Mono green can be built to beat almost any list, other than like, I don't know if you can super become good against Phoenix. Oh, didn't need to do that to play the 8-drop, but oh, I see. We're doing that to play multiple 8-drops. Or at least multiple drops. I do not like that I cannot use Power Stones to cast Kayla's Reconstruction. Kinda have to chump block here. Oh, wait, no, I don't. I could go to 4. And then down to 1. And then hope I somehow have an answer to Cityscape Leveler. Which I don't. Now we can cast Coco. I have no answer to any of the stuff going on the board, other than maybe I can invalidate the Lovestruck Beasts with a well-timed Apparition. No, none of that's going to be Scappies. I mean, this is a lot of triggers, but I don't know if it's a lot of triggers that matter. Sure doesn't seem like it. No, I think that's going to kill me. Okay. Yeah, it is not super common that you see this Nissa. Nissa Worldwaker, yes. That Nissa, no. Emeria's Call as a spell is kind of funnily not good in this deck as a non-Angels deck. So it's not as good for the Indestructible text, but it is very, very good that the Angels synergize strongly with Righteous Valkyrie, Youthful Valkyrie, and Giada. Because it's not uncommon that you play this and then just get two 7/7 Angels. And then gain 14 life. So that bit's cool. Oh, I was probably supposed to bring in the 2 portable holes too, wasn't I? I got no clue what I was supposed to cut for that, but I was probably supposed to do that. Ah, well. Seems like I need that less on the draw. Or less on the play, more on the draw. Take the play. Okay, look at that, we get Atomic! Yes, hello, Elvish Mystic. Could lay down Arms the Elvish Mystic. Almost tempted. If I had one more 1-mana removal spell, I think I would lay down Arms there rather than Tomic. More elves. More elves. Lots of elves. Okay. Well, let's draw cards. I'm not sure that it's actually worth attacking with Tomic to me if it means taking some amount of damage. Kiora, who is not completely useless because they do still draw cards, but no longer functions as a mana dork. And we do appreciate that.
The ocean surges.
Many, many, many mana dorks. Much mana dorking. What to do here? I want a Kayla's Reconstruction next turn. I think I want to have Resplendent Angel in play for that. Don't think I care if I pay 3 life next turn. Do I lay down Arms a Lovestruck Beast? I guess it denies them a loyalty. Or not a loyalty, a devotion, and means that I'm not getting attacked by a 5/5, which is probably good. We might as well try to get the card draw engine off the board next turn. Alright, devotion time. Karn, with enough mana to cast a 5-drop.
I will rid you of your corruption.
Alright, that's me needing to go get my laundry after this match. Tomic down. Opponent gets to cast another Nykthos thing? No, Tomic not down. Resplendent Angel gone. They can cruise Sky Sovereign on blocking duty. That's pretty annoying. Huh. So I have to lose all of my creatures in the air if I want to kill the Kiora? Or punch the Karn, huh? I think we have to Reconstruction here. See what that finds. Guess it finds these two. Which, unfortunately, is not enough to trigger Resplendent Angel. Kinda have to sack both of my creatures here to get the Karn to not be able to tutor anything.
Please do not do that.
Even if it means losing most of my board. I don't know that I can beat the Sky Sovereign here. That certainly doesn't make Tomic look very impressive, that we basically had it in play as soon as possible and it still didn't stop them from actually doing stuff. Wonder if there's something that does more of anything then.
Evil cannot withstand a righteous arm.
I attack with Sky Sovereign. We do not have the resources to kill both their planeswalkers.
Nature flows with vigor.
Do not have the resources to kill any of their planeswalkers at the moment, huh? Does this automatically float 1 mana? I'm curious. No, it doesn't. It just taps Nykthos badly by default. Okay. Lesson learned. Well, that's pretty good. We're gonna have to want to kill Kiora. Good news is, now that Righteous Valkyrie is online, Sky Sovereign's a little less intimidating. The bad news is, if they do enough damage to do 1 point of damage to us, then the Sky Sovereign goes back to being intimidating.
And thank you for the lesson.
So they attack, punch Overseer, we get a 1/1. Oh, we can jump with the 1/1 though. That's probably worth not losing life to me. Is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe I don't care about my life. I think I don't care about my life, given that I've got this Reconstruction. Do I take 2 to cast Kayla's Reconstruction for 1 more? I'd leave in my deck. Why not? It's not like I'll miss on 27 life because of this and be very sad. Doodly 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 doodly. Ooh, 75 life. Cool. Seems like a good amount of life. Okay, so 12, 17 in the air. Not quite lethal. Guess we go for lethal next turn.
Time to ebb from battle.
Oh yeah, isn't it fun how these triggers stack?
Sun in the sky, brine on my skin. Great day.
I'm gonna mix a lot of green mana. What happens then?
Let's get moving.
Lot of mana. Alright. Opponent gets to start storming. What do they find?
True goodness can never be corrupted.
There is definitely points in time where Big Coco is very good. And Nykthos helps it get there quite a bit. So if they get some kind of board wipe here, we might just lose. Pestilent Cauldron. But does that go infinite anyhow? Or is it just a ritual here? They need 15 devotion to go infinite. Wow. And they don't even need to have whatchamacallit. Veil? So they end up storming again. Did that accomplish anything? They draw. Have mana. Certainly spinning their wheels. The fact that we can win in these positions is sort of mind-blowing to me. That doesn't seem like that should be allowed. Like, mono green shouldn't lose games like that, and the fact that it can makes me kind of impressed with our deck. Alright, I'm gonna go move some laundry. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Sadly, on Arena, you rope out of ropes around 50 life games so you can't mill Yorion next? Ah. Oh. So you're telling we've got every piece of tech against them? Alright. So Tomic was probably fine. I'm supposing against Llanowar heavy hand specifically it's underperforming, but that doesn't mean that it's bad in general, and that I shouldn't really not play it. But those games did make it look like Redain wouldn't have been crazy impactful. So maybe we give Archon a shot? I really wish this was non-creature. 1 per turn. But we'll give it a go. And maybe we should try the Archon of Absolution against Mono White. I really feel like we need some kind of tech against Mono White, because that matchup felt actively quite bad. So let's try to keep that in mind and think of something. Retrieve socks. We can do that. Yeah, maybe Settler Wreckage is what we're supposed to do. Maybe that's the plan. Let's see, 3 lands and a bunch of 3-drops. We will keep and see where this goes. And hopefully draw a 1 or a 2-drop. Or failing that, hope that we're against a deck that doesn't care if we fail to play 1 and 2 drops. Mono black? What's happening? I'm confused. Why did my opponent go Swamp, Field of Ruin, Foretell? Non-basic hate on Archon is relevant? Okay, fair enough. Okay. Good timing, Giada. So we're playing against something. I'm gonna hope they don't have a counter spell. I'm gonna hope that's not Saw It Coming they foretold. I got censored. It makes me sad. Oh, yeah, that's true. Making Nykthos come into play tapped is a relatively large deal. Alright, well, I'm gonna keep playing my spells. Hope one of them resolves eventually. Nope, not this one. I honestly don't mind getting censored if it means my opponent's missing land drops instead of cycling censor. Graveyard... what? Why are we putting Graveyard Trespasser in censor deck? Wild. Do I want a Apparition Trespasser? That doesn't sound right. I think we just gained 2 life. Good ol' nothing. Weirdly enough, I'm pretty sure that I would rather have Inspiring Overseer resolve than Righteous Valkyrie. So we'll play Inspiring Overseer first. Oh, thank you, opponent. Now I don't have to tap my Giada. Oh, maybe I should still to play around... Censor? Number 3? You could theoretically be playing 8 Censors right now between Censor and Jwari Disruption if you really wanted to be mean. Okay, sure. Draw a card. Play Righteous Valkyrie. Not gonna play around Censor with only 1 mana held up. True. I do dislike playing more than 0 Censors, so I understand the disadvantage therein. I feel like just playing a bunch of Inspiring Overseers is weirdly busted against control, to be honest. Am I to expect this means board wipe? I block? Fatal Push? Trying to turn on lines so that we can kill Righteous Valkyrie? Yes, okay. It is that. Very well. I don't really want to jam my Reconstruction into nothing. I don't want to jam most of my stuff into nothing. I do kind of want to pressure them, but I also kind of want to do nothing. Would like to keep the bigger Giada. It's a lot of removal that doesn't do anything. Play Yorion? Does that resolve? It's kind of like a 4-5 that draws a card. Nope, doesn't resolve. Okay. You gotta do something eventually, opponent, or I'm just gonna kill you. So what's it gonna be? Torrential Gearhulk? Get back Fatal Push? Nope, just a Drown and Lock. Okay. Sure is a Apparition that is a 3-mana 2/2, which is enough to present lethal right now. Oh, I have been on the don't want to do anything side of many a control deck. The desire to do nothing and the need to do something frequently are at odds. One-for-one removal is just not the world's greatest recipe against creatures that draw more cards. There's a Gearhulk. Okay. So what are we gonna do? Cast Behold the Multiverse? Ooh, Drown and Lock? Drown and Lock the Inspiring Overseer? That's tech. I'm loving this secret hidden mode on Skyclave Apparition, which is if you didn't actually kill something with it, then like there's no downside to it dying. And that's real cool. Let's get all of this stuff. Look at all these flying threats that I have. Archon of Emeria is randomly kind of good. Because now that Narset doesn't do anything on their turn. Oh, that's a censor. Oh, I'm not gonna block. Alright, opponent, what you got for me? Let's see. I should probably play Righteous Valkyrie because it results in Youthful Valkyrie being a lethal threat. And then I also have the capacity to activate Resplendent Angel. Okay. And if they counter Righteous Valkyrie, then they cannot cast any more spells, so the game is over. That works. Ooh, Wasteland Strangler got added to Arena in the new thing? That's adorable. Alright, well I don't really want Portable Hole or Lay Down Arms. I don't really want Skyclave Apparition. I will accept Archon of Emeria. I will bring in Spirited Companion. I will bring in Restoration of Eiganjos. I need 3 more cards. What do we do? On MTGO? Did they really not add Wasteland Strangler? I mean, I guess it's not really played in Pioneer. It's more of a legacy card. I don't even know if it's like popular in Legacy anymore. Oh, I need 4 more cards. Oh no. I mean, it's not likely that I ever get to the point where Lay Down Arms hits Torrential Gearhulk. And I don't think I care about Graveyard Trespasser. I'm definitely going to bring in 3 Sanctuary Wardens because I got nothing better to do with my time. I guess I can bring in Tomic because Tomic attacks? Kind of okay? Alright, attacking kind of okay. That's the plan. The Sanctuary Wardens are in the sideboard because I figured like they wouldn't be garbage against red-black. They might be garbage against red-black. But like, conceptually, it's cool. Alright, look at that. Look at all those little puppers. We'll pupper them out. what can Control do against such reckless dog? Play a dog, draw a card. Kinda hoping we were drawing lands, but that's fine. That's a land. Alright. Combat. Doggo. Does Doggo get removed? No Doggo get removed. Play land. We'll go with Inspiring Overseer and get it censored so that they don't get to cast Behold the Multiverse here. What do they consider in response? Okay. I wonder if Consider means that they're playing Search for Azcanta. Certainly would seem like those are two cards that synergize. Oh no! They didn't fall into my trap of casting Censor. Shoot. If only this Restoration had been one lower, so I could have successfully baited them into casting Censor. Let's see here. We do actually kind of have to really draw these cards, so now we'll play around Censor. Oh no! I figured out my secret. Micromancers to tutor Consider. I gotta admit, that sounds really bad. Because last time I checked, Micromancer doesn't have Flash, right? I'm pretty sure. If Micromancer has Flash, that might actually be okay. Oh no, my 2-1. We're debating killing the Spirited Companion. We do not kill the Spirited Companion. I don't want to get Restoration countered, but I gotta just keep playing spells out. And if I place Overseer and they let it resolve, and I miss on a land, I have to discard to hand size, and that sounds like it would suck. So I'm gonna play the card here that if it does resolve, draws me a card that's guaranteed to be a land, but either way it probably doesn't resolve. We'll draw lands eventually. I mean, I would rather have no lands than Flood against a control deck. Yeah, you don't want to play Torrential Gearhulk just to kill a 1/1 opponent. You want to play Torrential Gearhulk to counter one of my cards. Alright, play Overseer. Opponent gets to do Gearhulk. I might just lose to Gearhulk tempo here. Oh, okay, no Gearhulk. Good sign. I mean, missing land drops, not good sign, but no Gearhulk, very good sign. Could be a lot worse. Okay. 4th land. Now we get to make opponent's life miserable with companies. I'm willing to believe in the existence of a less bad blue-black control deck. Okay, but mostly it's playing Notion Thief and Narset and Days Undoing. And that's like... that kind of makes sense as a way to have a good 1-for-1 control deck. Oh no, I have been countered. Now that the opponent cannot Gearhulk me, I believe I will be playing Inspiring Overseer. Okay, my pupper's dead. It's so sad that the opponent has to keep 1-for-1ing these cards that drew cards. And by that I mean really happy. Oh, that's still not a land. Okay. That's still not a land either. We attack. We attempt to draw cards. We attempt to draw lands. That's a land. Okay, okay, okay. Play an angel. Oh, look at that. Threats! We got threats, baby! Opponent can't even handle all of these cards that I'm putting on the board. I'm gonna grab a plains here to, like, bluff that I don't have access to a forest that I could fetch. Just in case they draw another Field of Ruin. Try to convince them to, like, use it in an opportune time. Oh, that's a draw 5. Okay. Well, this is back to being potentially a little scary. I guess let's go ahead and play around a board wipe. And by play around, I mean get 2 spirits if they board wipe me. If we had drawn a land, I probably would have Kayla's Reconstruction there. But, yeah. Okay, Shark Typhoon is big. It's like legitimately a win con. I kind of hate the fact that my opponent was able to hard cast Shark Typhoon and still hold up as much mana as I've been able to draw all game. Oh dear. Alright, let's go with Youthful Valkyrie. This resolving would turn on Righteous Valkyrie. They blow up the Righteous Valkyrie. This makes us slightly sad. We did kind of want the Righteous Valkyrie. Alright, gain 4 life. Play Resplendent Angel, gain 4 life. Make an angel, gain 4 life. Attack, lose Overseer would probably be fine. I wouldn't make this attack if they could kill the Bishop of Wings, but since they can't, I think I'm willing to downgrade Overseer into a 1/1 Spirit in order to put 2 damage on him. Yeah, the hard cast could be concerning at this point. There's the other Field of Ruin, so our long-term plan of grabbing the plains to bluff not being able to make green mana off of Field of Ruin may come to fruition. Graveyard Trespasser exists. That's a Righteous Valkyrie. That's certainly interesting. You have 2 Righteous Valkyries in the deck. I really don't want to main phase Righteous Valkyrie into a Torrential Gearhulk. What I'd really like to do is respond to Torrential Gearhulk with a Righteous Valkyrie. But no flash, so we're just going to have to rely on Coco. Okay, and what does Torrential Gearhulk target? Go for the throat. Alright, in response, we're going to Coco, and we're going to try to hit Archon, and hope they don't have a counterspell, because that would suck. It's a Censor. I can pay for Censor. They get a 2/2, but I can pay for Censor. We failed. Oh dear. Alright. We'll get 2 creatures and a bunch of triggers. Feel like that was game if we hit Archon, but I feel like it's still pretty good for me because they are out of cards and I have a pile of flyers. Mostly enough flyers, we think. Alright. One final card for the opponent. I feel like I'm working much harder for this than I would have normally expected to. We're at 39, so the Righteous Valkyrie is very online. I see very little reason to block this Trespasser. I don't much care about going down to 35. No. Alright, Righteous Valkyrie. What do you got, opponent? Kindly don't be another Torrential Gearhold, please. Okay! Whee! Ah! Gosh. Turns out playing against Control is simultaneously easy if all you draw is gas, and kind of difficult if all you draw is gas. What a strange dichotomy. I feel like we had a car. I think we were lacking wheels. We had 3 of our wheels, maybe. 3 wheels, all gas. It got there, but it wasn't pretty. Well, this seems bad, but reasonable. At the very least, I can go Giada into Inspiring Overseer. No land drop? I'm pretty sure getting rid of Llanowar Elves is more important than playing Giada, but this hand does not seem like it's going anywhere particularly fast. Nope, not going anywhere fast. Truth be told, at least the opponent isn't going anywhere particularly fast either. That could be much, 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 much worse. Untapped White Source? No. Lay down arms. I have exactly 0 planes, which means I can lay down arms that token, I suppose. That's a Karn. At least we get to punch the Karn. Karn presumably grabs Boat. Karn grabs Silex. That's very good against Portable Hole, isn't it? Oh dear. Is this Exile? Destroy. Okay. Go ahead and play Giada. Ooh, Coco. Alright. Well, that's recoverable. This thing ETB's tapped, right? Yeah, so if they were to elect to play it next turn, because they wanted to Cavalier this turn, I'm not worried about the Silexening. Opponent gets a Nykthos. I'm a little sad. We miss on the land, so no Coco this turn. But again, maybe that's fine. Maybe we didn't even want a Coco this turn. Maybe we want to save Coco for Karn Silex turn. That's still a lot of missing land drops. Well, let's go ahead and Portable Hole the 1/1, so we're not taking as much Lovestruck Beast damage. This is a weird series of everything that's going on right now. I kind of feel like bad things are going to happen to me this turn, if I'm being honest. Yeah, that sure is a Storm in the Festival. Okay, that wasn't a very good Storm in the Festival. They play a Silex, but sort of feel like we can live with that. Man, these laydown arms would be super good if they could actually interact with my opponent in the slightest. At least we're going to get a lot of 1/1 spirits if the opponent blows up the board. Am I supposed to attack with everything here? Lose 1 spirit, push through 7 damage? Yeah, probably. Oh, opponent's got a bunch of mana.
And you look like lunch. I love to make a splash.
Do 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 do. Silex for 3 blows up a bunch of their own devotion,
Too much.
but a bunch of their own devotion comes back, so I suppose that's probably fine. It also kills the Kiora. It feels like not the order they necessarily wanted to do that in. Well, maybe? I don't know. I mean, Storming the Festivaling and getting to draw off of creatures you hit sounds neat. Well, yeah, Nykthos plus Karn, so it works out.
My purpose is great.
Alright, Karn gets Portal. That's kind of annoying. No block. Hit a land? No, still no land. My life is still kind of hard.
Best if you stop.
I feel like this would be a lot easier if I could cast any of my spells that are good. Alright, Cavalier whiffs. There's something.
Allow me
It's a 9/9. So we're gonna have to do some chumping. Opponent messes up and doesn't do lethal, so that's good. I think if they had split it between the 2 layers, that would have been lethal. We miss on our land draw. Alright. So we figured out how to lose the mono-green matchup. We do need to hit 4 lands. Educational. Alright, Restoration gone, Tomic and Archon in. Ship it. Definitely going to be a tougher matchup since they do actually play Silex. That ought to complicate things a bit. feel like I should probably lay down Arms the Llanowar Elf rather than Bishop of Wings, which is going to be real sad if we draw a 3-drop, but oh well. Oh well. Overseer's too good at drawing us into our 4th land to not play, I think. It's Karn. At least Overseer gets to punch that.
I will not lose another friend.
They get a boat. Oh, not a green source. Oh dear.
I do not feel pain.
So, opponent can play boat here, uptick on boat, have a blocker. Gosh, that's strong.
Some solutions must be built.
Archon, but possibly not in time, huh? Do we play Resplendent Angel? We don't get to make a 4/4, but we have a Resplendent Angel in play. And our devotion's probably gonna start mattering here. They can attack with Sky Sovereign and kill the Angel, but if we do, we get a 1/1, which is probably a lot better than Archon just dying and accomplishing nothing.
There is great power in the peace.
No blocks. Cavalier's not good. Milling 2 Storm in the Festival is also not good. Also, whiffing is not good. No, alright. That's us mostly dead. So we have discovered that you can lose to mono green by having your mana base completely fail. I wish we got a better picture of whether Silex was actually that big of a problem or not there. As game 1, it felt like our position was actually pretty decent at beating Silex if we had, like, ever hit a 4th land. Game 2, it was hard to tell anything because we kind of just didn't function. Oh. You're gonna need more data to make any kind of conclusion there. Okay, well, this is a hand of cards that do things. Our land's usually pretty good. Up until that match, we haven't really had any intense problems. The match against blue... Or the match against the blue-black control deck was... weird? But, like, we're playing a pretty large number of lands. A fair number of them are tapped, which can be... Did my opponent just go Werewolf Pack Leader into Adeline in a 3-color deck? It must be humans and play a bunch of the lands that make any color of mana. Must be what's going on. And I think what we do here is not bother playing Skyclave Apparition on Adeline this turn, but instead play Bishop of Wings into Youthful Valkyrie. That's a lot of pack leaders. Ooh. Alright. That's a pretty good Thalia's lieutenant. Don't think I can play Skyclave Apparition here. I think I gotta get the angels and the chump blockers down. Maybe I gotta Apparition the Adeline, though? It's kind of painful, because then I only get to do one thing. But I developed the green source by taking that line, so maybe it's worthwhile. Opponent also has Atomic. Okay. Am I willing to lose the Giada? Yeah, probably. Feels pretty necessary to kill a pack leader here. Extraction Specialist gets back pack leader. Can mostly live with that. Draw is nothing. Overseer finds Emeria's Call. That's also not terribly helpful. Thalia's Lieutenant and Adeline out of aggro decks do an interestingly strong job of outscaling the angel stuff. Let's go with block, block, blocks. Probably stack block the Thalia's Lieutenant and hope we don't get run over by Coco. This survives 2 random creatures, or 1 Thalia's Lieutenant. Doesn't survive Thalia's Lieutenant plus something else. Okay. That was a very strange Eiganjo that didn't accomplish anything. It's a very strange post-combat anthem. I would like to draw a Coco. Thank you. Let's do a Coco for 3. That's good hits. Let's go with all angels. Thank you. I like this order. Oh, we're done? I guess we're done. I'm not sure where this was going to end up. I kind of wanted to find out, opponent. Let's see. We're going to go up to 38 life. Then this was going to come online. Then we were going to go +5, +7. So 38 plus 12. It was only going to be at 50 life. Really now, opponent. Couldn't you just let us see that? Right, I'm imagining we bring in the portable holes. I'm imagining we take out the Tomic and the Archon. This is probably a spot where we can cut the restorations to bring in the Lyra. I don't know if that actually justifies Lyra being in the board, but Lyra seems like a lot of fun. Do we really need to make good choices if we can have fun instead? Well, that's not a lot of untapped lands necessarily, but it is a lot of lands that cast Coco eventually. Opponent kept in Tomic. Alright. Believe we will be getting rid of Hopeful Initiate here. I feel like I am less scared of Tomic than I am of the growing 1-2. Would we rather Apparition the General Kudro or Portable Hold the Tomic and get down a Valkyrie? Probably would rather Apparition. Yeah, it's a Coco. Reflector Mage, Apparition. I can live with that. Go ahead and planes. I could Coco here, but it kind of... Oh, I can't Scappy this turn. I was going to say it feels better to Scappy Arishan plus Portable Hold, but if I can't do that, then we won't. That'll be a later kind of thing. You know what? If my opponent's going to cast Thalia, I guess I'll Coco in response. Okay. This game may have just gotten a little bit harder. Kind of like that Apparition line now. Down to 4. Tricky. Alright, let's see. So... Apparition, the Thalia, and then Portable Hold Werewolf Pack Leader, and then Chump Block the 3/3 and die. So we're hoping they don't attack with everything here. They have seen the line. Alright. Yeah, alright. So let's see, we did cut 2 hits overall for the Coco. Although we did not actually hit any of the things that we brought in. Well, wait, did we hit Lay Down Arms with the Coco? That would be something we replaced a creature for. Take the play. That's a good 2-drop, that's a good 3-drop, that's a good 4-drop. We are willing to keep these. We hit the Lyra, but the Lyra was replacing the 3-mana enchantment. Or at least, in my mind, it is. Ooh. That's going to be a fun turn 4. You know, the fun part about Lyra... Oh, okay, perfect. Opponent being very polite and solving my conundrum of whether I should be Righteous Valkyrieing, or whether I should be Collected Companying or Lyraing on turn 4. And just decides to turn Collected Company into a 5-drop so that I don't have to worry about anything at all and just get to have my perfect curve out exactly the way I want to. Oh, look at all this not attacking the opponent gets to do. I feel like I should just swing with the Righteous Valkyrie. And if my opponent manages to kill the Lyra, oh well. I'll still just race them. And if they don't kill the Lyra, the game is over? Okay, yeah, so yes, if they don't kill the Lyra, the game is over. that did turn out to be accurate. We did say something about against mono white wanting Settle the Wreckage in the sideboard. Not that I have any clue what we're supposed to cut for Settle the Wreckage. It's probably just supposed to be Lyra. But that might be better against mono white. Really not so much a fan of the fact that I probably can't beat a mono white player who's actually good and plays around it, because they can just develop their board and swing normally a lot of the time. Is there a red splash somewhere in the deck? Nope. Hypothetically, we could have played Fable, and that was almost on my radar, but I don't think it's worth it. This seems quite bad. But we'll keep and draw lands, and then cast Coco into Kayla's Reconstruction, and everything will be fine. Am I going to go up on planes? I don't know if we need to yet. Still feel relatively fine with the land count. Not super fine, but relatively fine. Well. Mono red ramp, huh? Or at least that's usually what Cascading Cataracts in a mono red deck means. Oh. I regret the fact that I didn't get to play an untapped land and punish them for this by casting Coco here. They just cast a free stomp. Oh, okay. That was right. Field of Ruin isn't a spell. Oh, opponent. Oh, opponent, no. Opponent, you're supposed to not do this while I'm floating mana. You're supposed to pass to the next main phase. Oops. Well, that's not going to go as well as they wanted. It's not going to go as well as I wanted either, so frankly, everybody here is losing. Do I want to get rid of Fires of Invention? Do I think I care about Fires of Invention at all? No, I'm probably just supposed to Coco. There we go. That's real Magic cards. Yes, Cavalier Flames is big. Discards one card, not two. Concerning. Strangles an Angel. Okay, I can live with that. Oh, so taking 12 damage plus another 4 is 16? Is that math right? Looks a lot like 16 damage. I am probably willing to chump block with this Overseer, even though it means not getting a Spirit. As far as I know, these don't gain Trample, right? That'd be too good. Alright, untap land? No, it's a tap land. Concerning. I think we gotta play Inspiring Overseer and draw an untapped land. That's also a tap land, which is concerning. Alright. One, two, three. Well, we will chump block again. Leaves up 2 mana. Oh, to Field of Ruin something. Okay, that still doesn't matter. This still affects the game not at all. Coco. Still kind of think I'm just playing out my 2 spells guaranteed and casting Kayla's Reconstructions for 3 for the rest of the game. Another Cavalier. Yep. 1, 2. So this gives me a 1/1. Maybe I would prefer to keep the Righteous Valkyrie. If I block with the Skyclave Apparition, I give him another token to start pumping, and that's kind of horrible. I go to 1 if I block like this. And gives me 3 blockers next turn. I could block the Bishop of Wings instead, which doesn't give me a 1/1, but leaves me Righteous Valkyrie in play, which could be cool. I guess this leaves me, well, not really dead to Stomp, because I'm going to gain life with Bishop. Alright. 1 jump. Down to 1, no fear. Could Coco plus Tomic now. Is that safer? Tomic seems kind of weak. Turns out it was safer. Draw a card, gain a life, play a Scattered Groves. Hold back to block. Blast Zone for 1 currently does nothing. Next turn kind of wipes my board. Means I gotta actually start getting aggressive, so I guess this turn is the one where I'm gonna play Tomic and hold up Coco so they don't have the information necessary to choose what Blast Zone goes on correctly. Or they could just choose Blast Zone now and I have access to all the information, so I guess that's cool. Let's go ahead and play Castle and do this for 3. And then play Tomic. So let's get... We're already going to gain a bunch of life off Resplendent Angels, which is more than satisfactory. So let's get the 2 Resplendent Angels in the Giada, which gains 12 life. And then play the Tomic. Then we're going to attack with the team, because that's plenty. And then we're going to gain 2 more angels and gain 8 more life. And these angels are going to be gigantic. 7/7 and an 8/8. So if the opponent activates Blast Zone, we lose a bunch of angels, make a bunch of spirits, chump block, and then attack in the air for lethal. Woo! We spent a long time doing nothing but chump blocking, and that was good enough. Oh dear. Well, now what do we do? Tomic doesn't seem very good against them. Portable Hole also seems really, really bad against them. Lay Down Arms is probably at least fine against Cavalier eventually. Like, we almost got to the point where if I had 2 more land drops, I could kill those Cavalier of Flames. I guess. Probably doesn't help that they have Field of Ruin to blow up all of our planes, but I guess they turn into planes, so maybe that's not too much of an issue. Could play Spirited Companions to jump block, or we could play Sanctuary Warden, because that sounds like a lot of fun against them. Again, not good, but fun. And I'm not here to be good at Magic, I'm here to be fun at Magic. So we're definitely going to bring in 2 6-drops against the aggro deck. Alright. That's land drops and creatures, and then a Collected Company eventually. Oh man, if I play the Giada, I'm gonna get stomped. Do I even want to get stomped? I don't really want to get stomped. No Giada. No, now we have to Giada, so we don't discard a hand size. Oh wow, they didn't have Stomp. Okay. Fair enough. And Strength. It's basically the same card as Stomp. Oh dear. We'll get rid of Lay Down Arms. I do promise, we're playing... What, like... the equivalent of 26 lands? Which is a lot of lands. Quite a lot of lands. I do not love getting God Pharaoh statued. That makes not having lands harder. Get back Giada as something.
I will not lose another friend.
Well, this is an issue. Did I board in the Archons? No. I just have the one Archon. If we had drawn a Plains, I could discard it to put it into play to Lay Down Arms the Cavalier here, which would be cool. Fortunately, we cannot do that. So I believe we will now be discarding this 6-drop on account of it being an 8-drop while I have 4 lands, which is a bad thing. Opponent has fetched Shadow Spear, which gives trample. Don't like that. Cleansing Wildfire, the ramp spell, lets them cast the 6-drop. Let's see. Did I board out Tomic? I did not. Weirdly enough, I think we Coco in response here, because hitting Tomic or the thing that exiles... What am I saying? No, that's not even... Hitting Tomic or Archon stops them from doing anything else super useful with this turn. Unfortunately, did not get there. So let's see, we have a Giada in play, so grabbing Giada isn't useful. We could Skyclave Apparition the Fires and the Karn. I don't know if I care about hitting the Karn, though. Fires I definitely care about. But I think we just get an Inspiring Overseer beyond that. So they get a 6th land, but but they might draw an untap land to cast the God Pharaoh statue. Didn't happen. They play Fable. Okay. They can give Fable haste. They choose not to. They play Shadow Spear instead of post-combating the Shadow Spear. Alright. Cavalier attacks. We're fine with this. No land draw. Restoration transforms. Believe we attack Karn.
There are greater battles.
Play Bishop. Play Righteous Valkyrie. Does that make any sense? Doesn't unmake sense, but it also doesn't result in us making a land drop, so actually that doesn't make sense. Let's go with Restoration. Get a land. Play a land. Lay down arms the Cavalier? Is that better than playing an Angel? Probably is. It's boring, but it's probably right. What is 8-Nut? It's a deck that plays 8 coconuts. Alright, so now my spells are expensive. What do we have in the graveyard that's interesting? Nothing. So let's discard Bishop and get back our free Bishop. I have 5 mana to cast Coco, which isn't very helpful. Or 0 mana to cast Kayla's Reconstruction, which isn't very helpful. So I guess let's play Righteous Valkyrie. Gain 4 life. Then we can also gain 4 life next turn. In this case, coconuts are collected company in Kayla's Reconstruction. Functionally 8 copies of Collected Company. Cavalier of Flame, with an ability. And then Cavalier of Flames can be copied by Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, which has been given haste. That's a cool combo. However, they do not have enough mana to give anything trample, so I believe I am at the point that I do not care. Oh, well, that's not a Cavalier of Flames, so yeah, I don't think I care. We will be blocking, and how much life do I gain if I play you? A lot. 4 plus 6? You're gonna be 6? 1, 2, 3. I'm not gonna gain enough life? Oh, I'm not gonna gain enough life. That's a bummer. I don't think we want to block with an Architect for an extra Spirit here, because we can just attack with the Architect, since they don't have any blockers to get the extra... Oh, I'm going to have 2 not enough life. Well, that's plenty of not enough life in that case. But yeah, Architect attacking makes another Spirit here anyhow. At least I'll have enough life to be giant with everything on their turn. Doot, 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 doot. Well, they get to make 1 creature have trample. Gain 4, gain a lot, up to 39. I no longer believe we care about them having 1 creature with trample. Yeah, it's a big lifelink and Cavalier Flame. Yep, that's 2 Cavalier Flames, one of which is large and has lifelink. 1, 2, 3. I count 3 abilities to block. Or to pump. Man, I can't say words that are actually correct today, can I? How many lands do we have in the graveyard? We have 1. Double block. If they manage to kill me from here, I'll be impressed. They did not manage to give any of their creatures double strike. They are now at 12. Anger of the Gods results in some of my creatures dying. However, all of the creatures that did not die are still alive. Which is pretty good for me. You know, I'm a fan of tautologies. They're very entertaining. But it occurs to me that I am like autopiloting so hard that I'm saying things like all of my creatures that didn't die are still alive. And I wouldn't feel bad if that was intentional. But no, I'm just sleepy. And that's the autopiloting level of commentary we're at here. People die when they are killed, and also they do not die if you fail to kill them. That's a lot of Giadas. So, okay. This is a 2-drop into a 3-drop, which is kind of like a curve. Oh, I went and got the laundry. I got that moved. We're good. You exile things that die, not anything that goes to the graveyard, right? Perfect. So when my Giada dies, it's not the end of the world.
Enough with the mystery.
Yes, we sacrifice a Giada. Okay.
Off you go.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and discard the Giada. And then bring back the Giada. And play a Plains. And then Apparition the Misery's Shadow before that becomes more of a problem. Thoughtseize, oh no! What do you think that takes here? Inspiring Overseer because they can't handle us drawing a card? Apparition because they can't handle us playing a removal spell. Very well. Ah, I gotta discard Bishop of Wings. How disappointing. Well, we get to kill the Lily, provided they don't have a removal spell. So move to combat. Find out if they have Fatal Push. They don't.
Sorry,
So we play Inspiring Overseer and draw a card. Lay Down Arms could kill Misery Shadow. Do we care about that? I feel like we'd rather just get Yorion into hand. Because, like, Yorion draws multiple cards. And that sounds good. Oh no, a Shieldred. That dies. On board. Alright. Let's go ahead and attack a little bit in the air. Play a little bit of Yorion. Blink a little bit of everything. Oh, I wasn't supposed to blink the Giada. Did that automatically. We get a counter on the Overseer only if I don't blink the Giada. So, small mistakes. We learn. Okay, they concede. Yorion continues to seem real good against decks that play the card Liliana of the Veil. Is that the first time Yorion was cast? That is the first time I believe we've cast Yorion on screen. It is not the first time that I've put Yorion in hand, I don't believe. Alright, let's get rid of Tomek, let's get rid of Archon. Let's get rid of... Well, Portable Hole isn't bad. I may have brought in too many cards for this matchup, because I want to bring in Spirited Companions, I want to bring in Restoration of Eiganjos, and I also want to bring in Sanctuary Warden. What if we just don't play Portable Hole and cut removal? And what if I were to cut more removal to play 6-drops on the draw? Could not possibly be a mistake. Nothing about this could be, like, fundamentally incredibly wrong. Am gonna cast these 6-drops one of these days. I will not be stopped. We'll keep this. Place cards. Plays a lot of good cards, actually. Would I rather play Bishop of Wings or Youthful Valkyrie? Huh. I mean, both aren't likely to be super great against the opponent, but I guess Bishop of Wings is potentially better if we draw, like, 3-drop Angel that draws a card, specifically. Either way, with my opponent Lilies and downticks on it, not the end of the world in the slightest.
One of your friends has to leave.
We get to do Restoration of Eiganjo nonsense, which just seems like a significantly better 3-drop than Liliana. Why are opponents playing Lily? I don't know. The great thing about 6-drops is you can put them to play with Coco or Kayla as if they were 2 3-drops. Right? Isn't that just delightful? Isn't that just absolutely how it works? Alright, let's discard these cards that are not lands and keep making land drops as one does. Is Yorion worth the larger deck size? I think so. I feel like it has been pretty good. Specifically the matchups where I think Yorion is good, Yorion is very good, and the matchups where Yorion is not good, Yorion doesn't actually significantly negatively impact you in any super meaningful way. I think I just don't Coco here. And I Coco later. Let's go and see what we get. You know, this is at 3, so it's really tempting to take Righteous Valkyrie, but I don't really understand why I would put good creatures into play when instead I could just draw cards.
We all have things we'd rather.
Let's discard this tap land, because it is a tap land, and that's not helpful. Let's cast big Cocos, and draw a card, and get Giada, and draw a card. And kill the Lily. This feels very satisfying. I really, really, really want to draw a Nykthos right now so I can just put Yorion in hand and cast it instantly. I do not want to block my opponent's stuff because that would result in me having fewer creatures in play. Alright, let's go ahead and attack. And then play Bishop of Wings. And then play Youthful Valkyrie and gain 4 life. And then play Resplendent Angel and gain 4 life. And then make an Angel and gain 4 life. Oh, the opponent conceded. Huh. Weird. Alright, well, we're in Mythic. Deck mostly works. Deck mostly works. Opponent concedes and gain 4 life. Yeah. That's kind of what this deck does. When this deck turns the corner, it turns the corner very explosively. We've still not yet found the ability to play a 6-drop, though. Regretfully. We could have played a 6-drop that game if we had found one. Really glad I'm not Croakies, so that you don't have to play against this, like, 30% of your matches for the next week. Let's not keep the 1-lander. Let's keep the 1-lander. My standards have dropped dramatically in the last 3 seconds. Piloted the 60-card Angels to Mythic 3 times. The biggest issues I had was with blue-white control. How does a Yorion 80 handle blue-white control? So, I don't know entirely how different that becomes. I do think that generally Yorion decks are better against control, because you just functionally have more threats by virtue of having a companion, but it kind of depends on the flavor of control. Some control decks are very attrition-based, some control decks are more tempo-based. Board wipe control tends to somewhat often be the kind of control that's attrition-based, but Hero of Dominaria can kind of split the difference on the two. So we're playing against humans aggro. We're missing land drops and we're not playing removal, but I kind of get the feeling that playing a Resplendent Angel next turn and gaining 5 life off of it, and then making another Angel and gaining... I can do math. How big is this? 7 life off of it? That ought to be good. Ooh, okay, that bouncing Righteous Valkyrie is actually kind of a problem. We need to draw a land drop now so I can actually play removal spells. Good enough? That might not be good enough. Resplendent Angel is still a 4-drop. That'll have to be good enough. Yoop. Lay Down Arms is almost Fatal Push at this point. I gotta say, Lay Down Arms is probably the card that has been the least impressive in the deck. Our mana base has not been anywhere nearly as consistent. I should probably just cut the creature lands and the castles and play more basics. Definitely been feeling the lack of Knight of the White Orchid. Isn't Lay Down Arms like Swords to Plowshares? It's very similar, except that it's sorcery and also like 20% is good, but the rest of it is just like Swords to Plowshares. What do we think this is? What could this mean? Is my opponent crazy enough to play Dramoka's Command? Giant Growth? 100%. They don't have a legendary, so they can't Eiganjo me. I can't think of what would make sense in an all-creatures deck. Unless this just isn't a creatures deck. I must know. Opponent, teach me. Okay, they actually do play Dramoka's Command in this. Huh. I did not think that would be the case. Wild. So yeah, I guess this must just be a Bant version and not, like, 5-color humans. Doo-doo. I don't actually have the ability to gain life off of multiple Resplendent Angels. So I guess we're gonna draw a card. You got a Coco 2, opponent? Ooh, Reflector Mage. Cute. So opponent gets to Hopeful Initiate, blow up Portable Hole here. That's a bad sign. That puts me to 1. Alright. What you got, opponent? They have put me to 1. Okay. Land nothing. No! We failed to draw the creature. Really wanted an angel that would result in us gaining enough life to trigger this Resplendent Angel. Instead, I don't even know if this gets anywhere close to lethal. And by lethal, I mean the opposite of lethal. I don't know if this gets us anywhere close to unlethal, but we do end up having to do it. Swing with Youthful Valkyrie. Activate Nykthos. Put Yorion in hand. Lay down arms our Youthful Valkyrie, so we gain more life. Which turns on Resplendent Angel and makes a 4/4, which gains more life. That doesn't feel good. Okay. Oh, opponent. What allows me to stay alive? Oh. this. Take 9 down to 2, huh? Hope they don't have any interaction once again. Coco. Hope Coco does nothing. Feel like they should have Coco'd before attacks in case they hit Reflector Mage. Yeah, I think I kind of punished for that. Yeah, that's not good. Now I don't have enough angels to trigger Resplendent Angel off of a Righteous Valkyrie. So I kinda have to do this instead. Which still probably don't get there. Yeah, blowing up portal hole is probably good enough. $13. Can we hold on? And then top deck something that keeps us alive, maybe? I don't think so. I think I'm getting attacked for a lot. I think no matter how I block, I'm probably dead. That's also super lethal. I'm going to assume they see the line, where they bounce either of my untapped creatures and it's lethal. Alright, no Archon, no Tomic. We will bring in the Settles and see where that takes us. And we should probably bring in the Portable Holes for the restorations. And call that good. Felt like we were super close to turning that corner. And if we had drawn a Coco or a Reconstruction, we could have got there. We will take the play. We will keep this hand. I still don't know whether I'm supposed to Giada or Bishop on turn 2 in this position. I mean, Bishop certainly prevents more damage here. Giada gives us 4 mana next turn, which doesn't really do anything. But 5 mana the turn after that, I guess, does do something? Bishop prevent... all seems so helpful at times. If we go Bishop, Righteous Valkyrie... almost matters for Nykthos. So close, so close. I think we go Bishop. I don't know. Feels like Bishop, Righteous Valkyrie, Inspiring Overseer has a chance to just, like, win the game. If they can't interact and we turn on the Righteous Valkyrie. Oh, actually, I get to play both Giada and Inspiring Overseer with Nykthos next turn if they don't remove any of my creatures? Is that right? What does blocking with Righteous Valkyrie do here? Let them kill both creatures with a Dromoka's command? Them killing the Righteous Valkyrie would be a bummer. I wouldn't have enough devotion at that point to play both of my spells, in addition to my creature dying being bad. But this is better than getting 2 for 1. Oh no, I couldn't do the Nykthos thing because I wouldn't have enough mana to do it. I was thinking I could play the 2-drop and then activate Nykthos, but I wouldn't have been able to. Would not have had enough mana for that. Alright, let's go with Plains, Bishop, Giada, gain 8. Attack for 2, Werewolf Pack Leader, Left Behind. Actually, let's leave the Bishop behind. That way if they hit Reflector Mage, they don't get to attack with the Recruitment Officer for free. Retrieve Socks. Socks, are you still in here? What do we make of this? Recruitment Officer attack. Feels like Coco, but I feel like I can just double block. They were just willing to throw it away to get the card draw off of Werewolf Pack Leader. Hoping that I'd block in a way the Reflector Mage could blow out. Post-combat Portable Hole. Gets rid of a Bishop. Short. Werewolf Pack Leader. Short. Dauntless Bodyguard. Protecting Pack Leader. Protecting which Pack Leader, actually, opponent? The tinier one. This is surprising to me. Alright, combat. Attack with Giada. Damage. Play Overseer. Draw a card. Gain some life. Ooh. Apparition's cool. What do we Apparition? Probably the larger Pack Leader, which means the opponent's choice of Dauntless Bodyguard, confusing as it was, turned out to actually be very rewarded. Still, probably gotta get rid of Pack Leader. How'd I do on day 2 of the Open? Very successful. I woke up real late after having gotten a fair amount of sleep. And then, let's see. I had a lovely cocktail with maple syrup. And then I spent most of the day resting. The post-combat Adeline is not the most impressive Adeline. I probably shouldn't have blocked with this Overseer so that I could have done Yorion stuff with it. Didn't really think about that. Oh well. My day 1 with the Open was the wildest day 1 I've ever had. Like, every single draft was a train wreck, and every single draft scraped through to, like, the last game and then didn't make it in on the last game. I don't know whether to be, like, happy that I got so far with just train wreck drafts, or whether I'm supposed to be sad that they all ended up losing and it took a bunch of time. Alright, this should be exactly enough to play Yorion this turn. Which results in us getting to exile Adeline and gain 4 life, which I like. Would I rather exile Adeline than Pack Leader? I should probably exile Adeline rather than Pack Leader. But denying my opponent's cards... I mean, what's the worst Adeline could do? Kill me? Pack Leader could draw a card and kill me. Yeah, it's a Reflector Mage. What does Reflector Mage decide to bounce? Yorion so they can attack with Adeline? They don't really have good attacks, though. They think they do. Alright. Opponent, what happens if I just block the Adeline, though? I'm curious. Because that's my first instinct. Sooner or later, we're going to draw a Coco. We got a number of them. I'm willing to lose most of my stuff to give me the best odds of beating this Thalia's Lieutenant through another Coco. So I block / not attack there. Well, for one, I never did the math because I didn't realize the opponent has taken any damage this game. For two, I was a little nervous that they were going to just kill me on the backswing, but... Well, I mean, not attacking and attempting to kill them might have been a good idea there. I have exactly enough devotion to not do this. That's a bummer. Alright, well... I hate the fact that apparently they have priority here, which I'm going to hope is Recruitment Officer and not Coco. But we're going to attempt this whole maybe don't die and just kill the opponent thing. The hope is that that works. The expectation is that it will not. Well, Mana Confluence has downsides. That's a Reflector Mage. That's an issue. We're taking 8, 10, 12, down to 6. I would like to hit a Coco so we could just win the game. That would make my life much easier. also makes life pretty bad. How about a Reconstruction? No? Alright, remove... chump block, take 7. I don't know if this gets there. Don't think it does. Is there a 3-drop creature that finds our Cocos? Not that I can think of. But it does certainly feel like there is a trend in the sense that opponent having found multiple Cocos every game and us having found no Cocos. I think I found 1 Coco in game 1. Does seem like it has a pretty strong impact on who wins that mirror. If I had to put down my initial guess for strongest correlating factor, is that a problem of having Yorion? Not really, because you don't really get to play 8 Cocos while having a fast enough deck against aggro. So, like, we're not actually playing fewer Cocos. They do have higher odds of finding Coco out of 60 rather than 80. Not when we're playing 8 Cocos. 8 out of 60 is more than 4 out of... Or 8 out of 80 is more than 6 out of 40. So 4 out of 60. There we go. I got there eventually. Alright, if any of these were untapped lands, that might be a little easier. Like, to be honest, Coco wasn't actually the card we were trying to draw to for, like, 12 of the turns of last game. The card we actually wanted to draw was Reconstruction, because it was just significantly better than Coco at that point.
Nature flows with vigor.
Got to change up the mana base to be better for laydown arms. That's true. We want to get rid of the utility lands for regular planes. We'll try that out. We'll try that out next.
Let's get moving.
Well, this is weird. I guess this means it is now time for us to hope the opponent spends a long time not drawing anything good. Because we are being hyper slow, but they are being not yet doing anything. Not allowed to call it Decade None. Why?
Ripples and grows.
Oh, they drew something good. That's unfortunate. Maybe they don't hit anything good off Storm. Ooh, wow, they didn't hit anything good off Storm. Nice. Love to see it. Oh, they found another Storm. Oh, they didn't hit anything good off Storm. Well, this is awful, but at least it could be worse. Let's go with Inspiring Overseer and try to find a removal spell for the Old Growth Troll. Nope. Okay. Alright, so now we find out what the opponent hits off 2 more Storms. Oh, they just top deck Cavalier. Alright. It could be an issue. They waste a Nykthos, so that's something. They mill a Storm. That could be a problem. Storm number 3. That's a Karn. They only have 13 mana to do the Karn stuff with.
Life thrives.
They storm before activating Karn, which... don't think that's right, generally. Well, they hit a thing that isn't Karn.
Nature flows with vigor.
They make that same choice again. So they still have 6 mana left with which to do a Karn thing that's relevant. Yeah, so they do get infinite mana here if they want it.
True goodness can never be corrupted.
Presuming they have Karn and Kiora in the graveyard, which they do. Instead, they opt to play the 8 mana card. I feel like that's worse than most of the options they could have tutored. But perhaps is faster. Do we find a removal spell for this Nykthos? No blocks. We do not find a removal spell for the Nykthos. Okay. Well, I will endeavor to not be on the draw with only tap lands again. We cut the restorations and ship it. Why is this deck legal? Mono green, you mean? It's surprisingly easy to beat when you target it, but also surprisingly hard to beat if you're not targeting it. We actually have a pretty good matchup against them, but not with that hand and not on the draw. Not with that hand either. Alright. We'll attempt to give this a go. Should probably not just keep a hand that only has 2 5-drops. As much as I would like to, that's a bad idea. Alright. Kill the Mystic. Play the land drops. Alright. Opponent not up to much. That's a good sign.
Bet you've never been hugged by a kraken.
Next turn could be an issue. Well, it's a lot of reconstructions, I guess.
You're making me crabby.
This could work if we draw another land. This could fail to work if we don't draw another land. Or if the opponent does anything that's too interactive. Okay, Karn doesn't matter very much. We can definitely punch Karn. It's a boat. I don't love boat. That's an angel that doesn't do much. I mean, I guess the Angel adds to Devotion and doesn't die.
There is always another fight.
That's at least something? Oh, I didn't need to tap the Giada, so I could have actually pre-combated that Angel, killed Karn with just the Youthful Valkyrie, and gotten 2 damage on Kiora that I've now missed. Alright, alright. I was thinking that I wanted to, like, have 2 mana up, but I don't think having 2 mana up actually matters here. Storm the Festival. Alright. Yeah, I found Cavalier of Thorns. That's a problem. Now we're going to need to draw a land. Well, no, we don't necessarily need to draw a land, because we actually have Devotion.
The land shall conquer you.
Oh, and a land drop still. Alright. Sky Sovereign to blow up Giada gets rid of our Devotion. Yeah, almost got it. Alright, land drop? Okay. So we can Reconstruction for 2 and see what we get. We get Valkyrie and Giada. It doesn't result in us gaining enough life for anything to matter, though, does it? And Apparition can't hit Nykthos. We can do Tomic, but Tomic gets blown up by Sky Sovereign. Guess we just go with a bunch of counters. This way the Sky Sovereign only kills Giada. Well, maybe it was more correct to get the Tomic instead of the Giada, on the logic that forces them to crew an attack with Sky Sovereign, which might be inconvenient, depending on how they want to play this out. I am starting to wonder if I should just be all in on portable holes and less in on laydown arms. And then I don't have to play green sources that are tap lands. It might be better. What demolishes mono green? This deck's pretty good against mono green, but I don't think it demolishes it. The deck that actually demolishes mono green in Pioneer that unfortunately isn't playable in Explorer is Phoenix. So your best answer is probably mono white. I mean, mono white's probably just the best deck. Kind of period. In both formats.
My purpose is greater than
Okay. We're gonna elect to keep the Righteous Valkyrie out of hopes that we draw a land and this Kayla's Reconstruction goes off. I don't know that that's likely to be good enough, but I think that's the objective here. No, still whiffing. This would have been so much more impressive with one more land on either of these turns. As it is, do they have anything in the graveyard? They do not, but we can't actually attack, so I kind of just have to hope they keep making the wrong decisions with their planeswalkers.
Stand down.
Okay. They get to Cauldron something if they want to.
Ocean surges, life thrives.
This would be, yeah. I mean, I guess they can give Voracious Hydra and kill Righteous Valkyrie, and that's good enough.
Just can't. Nature flows with vigor.
Okay. Well, those aren't cards that do anything yet.
My grief fuels my mission.
Okay. Okay, so they've successfully... I guess they've gained 2 loyalty on Karn? Is what that's done? And now if we draw Reconstruction, we're still short on mana. Oh, no, wait. The Power Stone can do Nykthos. So... we actually are up 1 mana now. I don't think the rest of this is easy to come back from, but... we at least now actually have game actions that can happen that are relevant. Alright. Didn't draw anything. Oh, and we also lost 1 devotion, so the Nykthos doesn't end up making mana. Oh, right, yeah, can't be activated. That's true. That's true. Would have to kill the Karn first, which... we had 2 damage in the air there. Only. Alas. Alright. Let's... see what we can do to this. So, decided Lay Down Arms isn't a good card. We want to play Portable Hole instead. Want to play untapped lands as much as possible. If we're not playing Lay Down Arms, we can replace all of these with better green-white duels. And we still gotta figure out a replacement for the 2 other Lay Down Arms. It's actually a little concerning to play Brushland, since we actually have a pretty strong incentive to not lose life if we can help it. But I guess we actually do have a lot of generic costs we can pay, so the Brushland really is only painful if it's casting Bishop of Wings or Tomic early. This is what, 12, 13, so I need 2 more green sources. Which... I guess Sunpetal Grove might be the right choice. Yeah, Sunpetal Grove gives us plains into Sunpetal Grove to play the white 1-drops, so that's probably acceptable. I definitely don't want this many castles. I don't honestly know if I want any castles. I've definitely had games against red-black where the castle turned out to be super useful, but... There is the 5-color Painland, but we would prefer our greens to be duels for the most part, except for Pathway, which is just so strong that it doesn't have to be a duel. But that gives us 15 green. And 25, 28, 32, 34 overall. So if I don't want to play these laydown arms, what other options do we have that's like actually removal in white? I could go super deep and play Glass Casket. Not sure if that's like a good idea. I'd love it to be something that can actually kill a Llanowar elf. Kitty, you got so much fur in my eye. I guess what I'm really looking for is Shock, but in white. Or Fatal Push. Basically, I wish Laid on Arms was Fatal Push quite a bit, and it annoys me that it is not. I just want to play 2 more copies of Portable Hole. There's Isolate. Isolate does everything I want this to do. Except be good. Does lack that part. Alright, well, if we just rely on Portable Hole to be our removal, what about, like, creatures that are useful Coco hits? Things that are clerics or angels. Is there anything I'm not playing that's playable? Could play Dawnbringer Cleric. Speaker of the Heavens I don't think is super good, unfortunately. Luminar Gasperin's almost okay. Voice of the Blessed, almost okay. Anointed Peacekeeper's almost okay. No more 2-drop angels. Could play Starnheim Aspirant, but that's really just too many 3-drops. I really just want a 2-mana angel. It's like castable colors. Is that too much to ask? Oh, Masked Vandal. Oh, if only you were castable. Yeah, Brutal Cathar is a piece of removal. This is true. The trouble is that we really don't need more 3-drops. What we really, really want is more 2-drops. For curve purposes. Ugh. Yeah, Speaker of the Heavens is like... Trouble is this card's so win more, but otherwise it does kind of work. Yeah, Masked Vandal's a 2-mana angel, but we don't really have the ability to play it on turn 2 reliably, and it doesn't do very much if you do play it on turn 2. Knight of the White Orchid is the ideal. Like, 4 copies of Knight of the White Orchid changes so much about this deck in Pioneer, but is not legal on Arena. Any consideration for Candle Trap as removal? Nah, because it doesn't actually remove mana dorks, which is most of what we want our 1-mana removal to be able to do. Loyal Warhound. Warhound does not get green mana and does not put the land into play untapped, which makes it kind of terrible, unfortunately. Alright, I'm going to be right back. I got to get all this fur out of my nose. My allergies are going absolutely insane. There is a distinct danger if I sit with a cat for too long. I gotta say, I'm getting very close to believing that maybe this should be the last glass casket, but that's such a very, very different card. I don't even know. Is there like a glass casket that costs double white? Oh, Belly Streamer? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We've seen enough Belly for the time being. If Knight of Dawn's Light was a cleric, I would be so excited about it. Or if Nyx Fleece Ram was a cleric, that'd be exciting too. There's Chain to the Rocks. That's true. I do not think we would do a very good job of being able to play Chain to the Rocks, though. Does not fit quite so much. There's Shale. Shale's like hypothetically a card we could play almost one of. Why are we so limited on good cards that cost double white? Silverbeak Griffin? I guess maybe what I want just is the 2-drop that gets +1/+1 counters on it whenever you gain life. Maybe that's just what I want. I can play Intrepid Adversary. That's fun. Daxos. Is Daxos a cleric? No, it's a demigod. Huh. Enters the battlefield or dies. Alright. What if I played one Daxos and some copies of Voice of the Blessed? What if we went totally ham and did something like that? And then, what if our plan against mono green was to just say, forget all this Tomic nonsense. Maybe temporarily forget the Sanctuary Warden nonsense. And just board in 4 copies of Archon of Emeria. What about that? Yeah, that's true. Charming Prince actually is a card that would kind of make sense in this list. That might just be a good idea. It's too bad Charming Prince isn't a cleric. I think Heliod's going slightly too deep into the life gain thing. Honestly, Voice of the Blessed might be too. I'm probably leaning too hard into the Nykthos. Because, like, Knight of the White Orchid is really powerful with Nykthos, and I'm trying to, like, jury rig a replacement, but I don't think you're going to be able to. Prince makes more sense than Daxos, and my short-term obsession with Devotion probably should not be going so deep in this Nykthos direction. Okay. What if we just tried a bunch of Charming Princes and see where that goes? Let's try. Let's try. And Knight of the White Orchid is so amazing for how much it does everything this deck wants, especially in terms of enabling lay down to plowshares. Getting the land untapped is so busted. Fixing all your green mana, also so busted. Take the play. All we need to do is draw a land in one of 2 draw steps. And that'll be fine, right? Unfortunately, it does have to be an untapped land, but I bet we can do that. Perfect. Never did not halves it. Opponent on blue-white soldiers. Recruitment officer with a +1/+1 counter, unable to attack through the Mondo 1/4. The Unstoppable Beast. It will, however, be able to attack for 4 on the next turn. But Resplendent Angel will gain enough life to make another angel. Oh, never mind. It's a very good piece of removal that exiles. Okay, more lands is good. We do like more lands. Okay, so we did not successfully make an angel and turn on Righteous Valkyrie this turn, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll get there eventually. Just need the opponent to not interact with us at all. That's not interacting. That's also not mostly interacting. Alright. Not sure if that was the optimal way for them to distribute those counters, but I'll take it because I think that means less damage to me. All we got to do is stabilize and draw a land. And we're going to get to do so many reconstruction things. You could attack with the angel here. Probably want the flying blockers, because I feel like all the opponent has to do is play the one thing that gives all their creatures flying, and then my life would be very bad if I didn't have the flying blockers. Daxos. If you were a cleric, you would have so much synergy instead of no synergy at all. Sky Strike Officer. Opponent gets to start drawing a lot of cards. It's moderately concerning. Counters go on stuff. Yeah, I guess if you're like partially godlike, you're not required to pay devotion to yourself at all. Coco seems fun though. Let's see what that finds. It's not a land, but it is still pretty good. Yeah, that's definitely 2 cards that are angels and result in gaining life and making more angels and gaining more life. So I don't know. This feels probably fine. I think we're outscaling them? Why didn't they draw twice? I don't know. I feel like they probably could have, right? It's not limited on how many times you can do it. Don't know. Don't know. Not sure of many decisions, but I am willing to go for the triple blocks. If the opponent has some kind of removal spell, they're going to need 2 of them. We get a spirit. We fail to draw a land. Unfortunate. Because Aspirin's not a soldier, it's just a good magic card. Good point, good point. That's a reasonable explanation in my mind. We're not going to trigger Resplendent Angel this turn. We do get to put an 11 power, well, 11 toughness creature into play. Drawing Nykthos would certainly be fun, wouldn't it? Opponent's also having mana concerns. So we actually can use Restoration of Eiganjo to put Portable Hole into play, since there is no longer a Denic. Don't think the opponent wants to attack with Sky Strike Officer. They agree, they do not want to. Alright. Portable Hole. Discard. Cast for free. Exile Recruitment Officer. Does the opponent draw in response? No. Play a land. Play Kayla's Reconstruction. Ooh, alright. This ought to be fun. I could get Skyclave Cleric, but I don't think I need to. I would really like my Righteous Valkyrie. No, come back, opponent. I want my Righteous Valkyrie back. Oh, almost. Is there a world where we want to play some number of artifact lands for Kayla's Reconstruction? I don't think there's any playable artifact lands, but gosh, I'd win shit. Wired Doggos on the sideboard. Been boarding them in against red, black, and control. Mostly because I don't know what I'm doing and I've got nothing better to do with my sideboard. Hypothetically, we should probably be playing Settle the Wreckage. I'm guessing we're supposed to do that instead of Restoration. Colorless lands do seem like probably a bad idea. I want to dream. I want to believe. Do we have only 14 cards in the sideboard? Yorion is one of the cards in our sideboard. Our good companion-y friend. I'm probably not going to want to play this Emeria's Call as a spell, given that we have Kayla's Reconstruction in hand. Oh, a Thalia. Would be great to top deck the best answer to Thalia in our deck in response to the Thalia, given that we have a hand of Collected Company and Kayla's Reconstruction that really does not want a Thalia to be in play. Oh no, an Adeline. Oh, thank goodness. Very glad we top-decked an answer to Adeline. I mean, we did already have the answer to Adeline in hand, but it feels better to play the one that we top-decked, you know? Is there a second Yorion in the sideboard? Nah, just the first. Oh. Hey, did I take so many cards out of the sideboard and then only put 14 back? Might have happened. Could be the case. Let's go. I don't want to get spell pierced. Oh, hey, these cards are good. I think this results in me gaining 8 life, right? Which turns on Righteous Valkyrie and makes everything big? Okay, cool. Good talk. Might be an 81. Isn't it an 81? Might be an 81. I don't think so, though. I think I probably submitted a 14-card sideboard. Let's go ahead and get rid of Brutal Cathar, and get rid of Brutal Cathar. Get a Righteous Valkyrie, play Youthful Valkyrie, and then make my board big. This seems good. I like this. Is Pioneer / Explorer more or less sets than Modern? Less. No, my Righteous Valkyrie. Alright, let's draw Nykthos and have a lot of fun. Oh. How come I'm never allowed to have fun? Ooh. Well, this seems interesting. Could Apparition in Portable Hole and just wipe their board, and that'd probably be good. Yeah, I should probably just do the thing that's good. I feel like we've successfully been a control deck this game. Nykthos? No. Why am I never allowed to have any fun? Removal spell, draw a card. I feel like it's rude of the opponent to concede before I get to draw Nykthos and have fun. Alright, let's take a look at that sideboard. Did we just submit it with 14 cards? And if we did, what do we do about it? I do have to say, I very much like that Portable Hole is a legal company target. That's quite entertaining. How about Brave the Elements? I don't think we're aggressive enough for Brave the Elements. Not in the same way that Mono White is. Yes, so we did submit a 14-card sideboard. Because I think I cut the Sanctuary Warden and then didn't actually put anything in for it. How about Lauren? What matchups would we want Lauren for? I mean, hypothetically, it naturalizes useful against Karn, but also then you have to have had Karn resolve and play something relevant, which seems sketchy-ish. I still would like more tools against aggro. Settle the Wreckage is not necessarily, like, enough. And I don't think the answer is just more copies of Settle the Wreckage. Authority of the Consuls is nice to counter decks that are about haste, but the scary aggro deck right now is Mono White, which I suppose what I really want answers to is Mono White. 9 lives. You know, if 9 lives was a artifact, I'd almost be on board for that. Kayla's Reconstruction strictly worse Coco because it can't be cast in the upkeep. It can't be cast in your upkeep, that's true, but it can hit Portable Hole, which is almost equally as busted. Are there any wild artifacts that are like things that I'm overlooking that we could hit with Kayla's Reconstruction? Not allowed to play more copies of Portable Hole than 4. That's limiting. Lion Sash is also a creature, so that's not really any different. Could hypothetically play Simian Simulacrum. Other than the part where I don't really think that's particularly good, it is viable. Could play Haywire Might. Probably not supposed to play Great Henge. There is Book of Exalted Deeds. I don't know that our mana really makes that work. It is a very cute card, though. It's also not particularly anti-aggro, I don't think. Why play Restoration over something that can be hit by Company or Kayla? The logic is that you want land drops, gives you value against red-black. You're not too likely to whiff on Collected Company and Reconstruction, so you can kind of afford the extra space for the flex card. It's pretty powerful at getting back Giadas and Bishops, alongside also making your land drops. Am I filtering by not collected? I'm not. I don't think we play enough legendaries for Mox Amber, but that's almost interesting. No, in fact, we play one legendary, so probably we're not actually interested in that at all. Well, Metallic Mimic doesn't apply any devotion, but it is an angel. How do we deal with Green Devotion? Just go bigger than them. Green Devotion has some problems if it has to deal with a lot of very large flyers very fast. The nut draws are still very good, but the medium draws tend to lose to you. Could Stonebrain be a tech against mono green? I think Archon of Emeria is probably about as much tech against mono green as we super need, as far as sideboard space goes. What I really want to do is anti-aggro, but I don't know how to do that. Maybe what I'm supposed to do is just sideboard in lay down arms against decks where I'm okay just mostly attempting to kill one drops. No, I've only got 14 planes at this point, so at this point it's almost even sketchy that it kills a one drop. I mean, one's flexible-ish. More realistically, it's probably just supposed to be settled number 3, huh? And we just hope that's good enough. I think that's it. Portal doing anything against angels, I don't think I believe. Silex, I could certainly imagine helps. But, yeah, I'm very skeptical of Portal being good against angels. The only time Portal does anything is if you've already won with every other card in your deck. March of Unworldly Light? I think that costs too much mana, probably. We'll keep this. Okay. What order to do this in? If I play Resplendent Angel and draw... If I play Resplendent Angel and draw Portable Hole, I can cast Righteous Valkyrie. I'm probably just supposed to set up to gain the life. I don't think there's any way I can turn on Angel or trigger Resplendent Angel next turn, unfortunately. But if my opponent's not doing anything, that's pretty good for me. Well, I feel relatively set up for a pretty good next turn. This is one of those green didn't do something busted turns. Okay, wasn't expecting a removal spell on Resplendent Angel. That makes my devotion a lot less impressive. Alright, alright. I might keep a minute. Means I only get to Reconstruction for 2. But that's a pretty good 2. Choices, choices, choices. I mean, Giada and Resplendent Angel feels like 5 life. Then make a 5/5. That's exactly enough. Okay. That makes Sky Sovereign not kill anything, so... yeah, I was thinking that might be what happened. Yeah, like, Portal is good in games where you've already won as mono green because you've already gotten something amazing happening. Which is, like, kind of not useful, right? Like, Portal doing something in a game where any sideboard card would win the game isn't what you actually want to use your sideboard space on. You need your sideboard cards to win games that are awkward, not games that are good. Why the Yorion? Why not Coco Angels? 'Cause the Yorion's more or less free. And then you actually have space to play removal while also playing enough creatures for all your Cocos. And, like, 8 Cocos is already so many that, like, that's kind of too many for 60 cards anyway. But, to be honest, there's less use in Explorer for the Yorion. The big reason the Yorion's super good in Pioneer is because you get to play Knight of the White Orchid, which is really powerful with Nykthos, because you start to get a lot more devotion and a lot more mana a lot faster, which lets you play like 1 more Nykthos, and then if you're Nykthosing out Yorion and re-triggering all your Angel ATBs, it's real powerful, which gives you an edge in matchups like Rakdos that are about card attrition, because you get 1 more card in addition to all of the ETB triggers that Yorion provides you. It's useful against Phoenix, because Phoenix just actually has kind of a tough time dealing with a critical mass of flyers. And Yorion is a guaranteed flyer. Let's see. We decided we wanted 4 Archons, which means no Restorations, probably no Daxos. Then what? No Charming Prince, I guess? Maybe? I don't know. Why is this called 8 Nuts? Because we have 4 copies of Coconut and 4 copies of Pseudo Coconut. And Cocoa is too many syllables, so it has to be 4 Nut. 8 Nut. There really isn't any other option. What happened to the 2-drop that prevents them targeting lands? Cut it for another Archon. Wasn't sure whether we actually liked that 2-drop or not. Seemed kind of somewhat ineffective on the draw. I don't know. Why isn't it Co? Because nobody knows what Co would mean. Land, Archon, pass. Now, opponent is getting off to a pretty fast start compared to our start, which isn't very fast at all. Nobody knew what 8-nut meant either. Well, we just need to establish the meta of what 8-nut is, and once folks are familiarized with 8-nut, then it will, you know, be quick to their brain. We don't have any cocoable hits that kill Cavalier of Thorns, regrettably. We could sack to punch Karn. If I do nothing, could get portaled with a land drop, and that'd be bad. Nah, I think we do nothing. Hitting Skyclave is actually kind of important, isn't it? So we should do this at sorcery speed. I don't think there's anything I could hit here that would let me attack. So they... Okay... Just cast Sky Sovereign, kill Archon. Alright, I'm good with that. Cavalier holds back. Please attack with Cavalier. Yorion. Don't matter yet.
I defy gods. Defy you.
Boat animated.
Must be built.
Inconvenient. None of that does anything. So we'll have to go ahead and get rid of the Karn.
I have let my friends down.
Then I guess we play the Cleric? For devotion purposes? That probably doesn't matter. Yeah, that's true. Brutal Cathar would be interesting against mono green, wouldn't it? Although I don't know if I'd want to cut Skyclave. Hitting Karn is sometimes nice, though not always. That's an issue. We're not really doing much here. Yup, there's a storm in the festival. That's another storm in the festival.
Behold nature's true power.
Do they have a cure in the graveyard? Yes. They don't have a Karn. Does that matter? Portable hole. No, not portable. Portal. Spirit. Giada. Cleric. This is kind of what I mean. Like, this portal to Phyrexia just doesn't actually do very much. But every time it's cast, the game is already over, even if it was a card that did nothing. Which makes me kind of question how useful it ever is. Scapy go bye-bye. No flyers for the opponent. 1 flyer for me. Oh, they get to draw off the 4/4. That's cute. Alright, so we need to hit a Kayla, and it needs to do a lot. And it has not done anything. So that will not be helpful. Think no changes. Alright, now with us on the play, let's see if we get to bully the Planeswalkers. Not a very bullying hand unless we draw exactly a white source. I would like to draw a white source. I mean, eventually any land is also fine. Just by eventually, I mean within the first 2 draw steps. Yeah, I don't know that I would call mono green dominant in either format. It's good, but it's a somewhat normal amount of good. Regrettable that we weren't able to play Bishop of Wings last turn. Kiora. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to kill Kiora. Old Growth Troll. Yeah, see, this is kind of one of them hands where opponent's doing kind of nothing, and so maybe we just kill them? So yes, this is one of those hands where opponent's doing nothing, so we just kill them. Okay, good game. Nice talk.
Sun in the sky, brine on my skin. I love to make a splash.
Do they really have no interaction in the 75? Nope. Mono Green does not play interaction in their 75. They play pro action. It is what they do. Which is why the decks that are designed to beat mono green consistently do so pretty consistently. Yeah, Overgrown Tomb tends to mean basically that they actually are trying to respect aggro. No Overgrown Tomb means they are not. But the splashes have seemed less consistently... Well, not consistently, but we've seen fewer people splashing without Oath of Nissa available to help fix for the off-color planeswalkers. No. Sure. Whoa, yes. Yes, that is what I want to cut. No, my Coco! I don't want my Coco to cost 5 mana, I want it to cost 4. Oh. Really? Okay. My Coco now costs 4 mana. Sweet. No attacks. 1/4s are pretty good against mono white. Some. Oh, cool. Good talk. Alright, well, 3 settles. No restoration. Probably no Charming Prince, I guess? Maybe? I don't know. Seems fine. I guess I'm bullying new players. I suppose that's what this has turned into. Ooh. Look at all these lands and spells. Gonna kill a 1-drop, do do do. Gonna plays a 2-drop, do do do. We will also play a 2-drop, do do. Not a very good 2-drop against Luminarch Aspirant specifically, unfortunately. Oh, that's a big creature. Oh dear. Let me hold back on the Skyclave Cleric. There's a very good chance I actually want to, like, end up sacrificing the Skyclave Cleric for life at some point. No! Well. Successfully prevented 1 point of damage by holding back the Skyclave Cleric. Coco seems like a good card to draw. I'm happy we drew that card. Alright, Mona, what you got for me? What dare ye swing with? What are we choosing? Oh wow, we chose the Thalia's Bodyguard. Okay. Opponent. Decidedly not a coward at all. Respectable. Oh, okay. That's pretty bad. Well, this could be an issue. Alright, Skyclave. Get to blocking. The total absence of anything useful off of that collected company while I'm on the draw could be an issue. Alright, would be a good time to draw Settle the Wreckage. Nope. No such success. Understood. Youthful Valkyrie. Inspiring Overseer. 2 chump blocks ready to go. That's not a settle. Oh. Let's see. That does result in us being dead. Okay. Next time we will attempt to do better with the cards that we draw. I suppose the cards we drew were mostly fine, other than the lack of Settle the Wreckage. Really, the problem was the cards we didn't draw weren't very good. You do not want to cast a Coco and see 2 Cocos. I have not played this deck for long, but that feels like a conclusion that I am ready to come to. Hopefully not a premature conclusion. More testing data is needed, but... you know. Need to come up with some sort of operating assumptions for the first couple of games. Well, okay. Okay. This is, like, moderately functional. Even without lands. Ooh. That's even better. I don't want a Bishop of Wings or Youthful Valkyrie. Probably start pumping the Youthful Valkyrie rather than gaining life with Bishop of Wings. Have you considered playing less than 80 cards so you draw the very good cards more often? No. I have not. Is there a reason to do that? I kind of assumed that I wanted to have more cards in my deck so I had more targets for collected. Right? Because, like, if I didn't have 80 cards, then I would have had more Cocos to hit with my Cocos. Which means we would have that problem even more often, I think. No, my creature. You want to attack? No? Okay. Well, then... I kind of want to leave that Brutal Cathar so that I can play the Youthful Valkyrie later and trigger. No? No, that doesn't make sense. Alright, let's just remove all their stuff and see if that's any good. I feel like my opponent not having permanents in play is to my benefit for the most part. Ooh. 2 bishops? That could get fun. I would really, really, really like to draw a Nykthos. No! All of my fun! I don't like playing against mono-white players who don't enjoy fun. Alright. If at first you don't succeed, play more copies of Bishop of Wings. Really now? Isn't this just a little silly? Am I willing to lose Apparition? I get a 2-2, they get a 3-3. Yeah, probably. Pro-white? Okay. As annoying as that is, I'd actually rather get that out of their hand early. Okay. Settle the Wreckage might be busted. The best thing about having Coco and Settle in your deck is the opponent's going to attack with everything and just assume that I have Coco. Probably. I mean, I'm hoping. I'm trying to manifest that into existence. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's about to happen and then they're about to concede. I'll let you have one more Plains opponent. I'm very generous like that. I feel like I might have lethal. Alright, that feels like the kind of schadenfreude to end a stream on. Alright, I kind of enjoy that. What was our record with this? I feel like it wasn't that bad, even if it kind of suffered more from the lack of Knight of the White Orchid than I was hoping it would. Doodly-doo-doo-doo. Doodly-doo. What happened to Tomic? Somewhat unimpressed against green. Decided to cut Tomics for more sideboard Archon of Emerias and more main board Daxoses and Charming Princes. We've yet to put either into play, so the utility of either is still unknown, but that is what happened. Arena. Record. Well, went 17-5. That's That's definitely reasonable. I've played worse. Lost to white aggro 3 times and mono green twice. Went 5-2 against mono green. Alright. We might do this more tomorrow. I'm not 100% sold on Restoration of Eiganjo, but I'm also not unsold on it. Maybe it's more of a sideboard card and not a mainboard card, considering we've been cutting it against everything. Also, we have not seen much in the way of red-black, which I suppose makes sense, since the latter seems to be a lot of mono-white and a lot of mono-green, and those are the two matches red-black does not like. That's exaggerating. Red-black doesn't like any matchups. So I don't know if those two are, like, exceptionally bad, or at least no worse than everything else. Red-black basically just wants to play against control, and like every other matchup is awful. I'll figure out what I want to do with that slot later. Red-black loves to play against mono-white. So my experience playing red-black was that your matchup against mono-white basically depended on whether they had Wedding Announcement in their sideboard, and whether they drew, like, 1.5 copies of Wedding Announcement, and you just couldn't beat mono white if they drew 1.5 copies of Wedding Announcement. 0 or 1, you definitely had a chance. But that and Brave the Elements was, like, very brutally hard to beat a lot of the time. We are going to find somebody to raid, and then I am going to find food to eat. Who's playing Constructed? Everybody's playing Cube, and that makes sense. Cube is fun. Alright. Numbskull's doing... I don't know what format. Maybe Historic? Maybe Alchemy? Hard to tell. One of the two. Let's find out. Redeemed a thing. Expressive Iteration. That's true. That's true. What time is it? 11:15. I technically have time. Alright. So if we must know, Expressive Iteration is this card that costs a blue and a red that puts one card from the top 3 of your deck into your hand. You get to choose. And then exiles another one of those 3, and you can play it until the end of turn. Which means, early on, you can hit a land and play it as your land for the turn if you already had 2 lands in play. So, like, if it's turn 3, you can cast it, and then put a land into play, and it'll probably be untapped most of the time. And you can do something with 1 mana, which is, like, really tempo positive, because you get to start drawing cards and casting multiple spells in the turn really early on. And, like, casting 2 spells a turn and drawing 2 cards a turn is a recipe for getting ahead and winning. The trouble is, Expressive Iteration is a card that's really, really good in older formats. Because in older formats, there are a lot of really good 1-drops that you can play on turn 3 really reliably. And the power level of Expressive Iteration is basically the percentage of time that you get to cast it and do 2 things with it, rather than just 1 thing with it. So the more 1-drops that are in your deck that you can cast off of a land from your hand on turn 3, or the more lands that are in your deck that you can play untapped and then cast a 1-mana card from your hand, the better you are at getting to do 2 things with Expressive Iteration, and the more busted the card is. Which means the card's actually stronger in older formats where there are more playable 1-drops and where the games are more oriented around the early game. And where your hand empties faster because you have more cheap spells. Basically, everything about older formats makes Expressive Iteration a more powerful, stronger card. Which brings us to the topic of the opposite of an older format, Standard, where everything is expensive and nothing costs low amounts of mana. meaning you can't really play Expressive Iteration and actually get a 2-for-1 off of it, or be able to play it and keep tempo parity in any way until really late in the game, at which point, like, a draw 2 on turn 5 isn't a very big deal. So once upon a time, we had this deck called Is It Epiphany, where people played Expressive Iteration in Control Mirrors and then lost the game because there was this better card called Unexpected Windfall that if you resolved in a Control Mirror because your opponent tapped out to play a bad 2-mana card, you just won because resolving it meant you won, and the entire mirror oriented around making sure your opponent could never, ever, ever attempt to resolve Unexpected Windfall, and you attempting to find ways to force them to tap out so you could resolve your Unexpected Windfall. So basically, you wound up in a funny spot where the card got banned in older formats and people were wondering why you didn't play it in Standard, and it was really bad in Standard was the reason. That's Expressive Iteration in a nutshell. How many times have I explained that? Probably like bordering on close to triple digits at this point. It has been as long as Expressive Iteration was legal in Standard. That's not true. It's been as long as Galvanic Iteration was legal in Standard. I have probably explained why I don't use the QQ feature in the Wilderness Reclamation deck that hasn't existed for like 2 years even more. Can someone explain the Hidden Strings deck to me? Is it just an alt deck? Yeah, it uses Lotus Field so that you have a land that makes 3 mana, and you cast Hidden Strings, and you net gain 1 mana. You have a bunch of different effects in your deck that all untap lands that cost less mana to untap the land than they net. And most of them also draw cards while doing that. So you just spin your wheels, cantrip a bunch, then cast Ultimatum and win the game, or cast some other combination of cards that result in winning the game. But Sultai Ultimatum, or what is it? It's not Genesis. Genesis was Teamer. Emergent Ultimatum? I think it's Emergent Ultimatum. Is the main card in the deck that just, like, wins the game basically for sure every single time you cast it. Unless your deck has very few cards remaining in it. Yeah, the win con pile is something like, you grab, I think it's Omniscience, which, if they give you that spell, you can cast anything from your hand for free. You get a tutor spell. Doodly doodly doo. Why is it not here? It's Behold. Oh, it's probably not legal on Arena yet. Behold the Beyond is like a 7-mana tutor that makes you discard your hand and then goes and tutors 2 cards from your library. So if they give you Omniscience and that, you just get to cast 2 spells from your deck for free, which is also deterministically a win because you just get another Emergent Ultimatum and plus 1 other spell. I believe... I don't remember what the third one is. Isn't it Final Parting? It might be. I've seen both versions. But I haven't played the deck enough to know which one is which in what scenarios. Final Parting is 5 mana. You tutor 1 card to your hand and 1 card to your graveyard. So it's kind of the same in that it's tutoring 2 cards somewhere. Okay, it is Behold the Beyond. Final Parting, I think, was part of the Sphinx combo deck in Historic. I don't know if it was ever part of the Pioneer deck. Oh, it's 3 cards for Behold Beyond, not 2. Okay. Well, that's even better than 2. What is the third card that they tutor up? Now I gotta find this out before we go send a raid anywhere. Metagame, Pioneer, Hidden Strings. It's weird that they call the deck Hidden Strings on MTG Goldfish where everywhere else calls it Lotus Field combo. Is it just Pour Over the Pages that they get as the third card to make more mana? It might just be Pour Over the Pages, which I don't think is legal on Arena either. Pour Over the Pages, you stack it so that if they give you Behold the Beyond and Pour Over the Pages, you resolve Behold the Beyond first and then Pour Over the Pages. So you search for 3, then you draw 3 and untap 2 lands, which most of the time you're untapping 2 Lotus Fields. Worst case scenario, you untap 1 Lotus Field, 1 other thing. So you get somewhere between either 4 or 6 mana and 3 cards from your library, which can just be more cantrips that generate 1 mana and Emergent Ultimatums. And I think you just keep cantripping like that until you're with your final one you get something? Leer, I think, with a bunch of mana? I don't know if you can actually do that without 2 Lotus Fields. You might need 2 Lotus Fields. Yeah, the Strings Lotus deck just super doesn't exist on Arena, and I don't think has gotten anything that lets it exist now. I think you get Mastermind's Acquisition eventually, but, like, I think you do that with Leer. Because I think you're supposed to get, like, all of the Hidden Strings and all of the Pour Over the Pages in the graveyard, and then you get Leer at last. And then you cast all of your mana cantrips, and then, like, Approach of the Second Sun twice after that. It's something like that. Something nonsensy like that. But, like, I never find playing combo decks to be terribly fun unless they're also control decks, so I've never played it. Alright. Let's send over that raid now. And I can go get food. What do I have? I have no clue what I have left besides whiskey and maple syrup. So maybe I'm making pancakes. Maybe that's dinner tonight. Alright, folks. Have fun in Numbskull's chat. I'll see you all tomorrow, probably for more of this. Maybe for white-green enchantments. Because I still kind of think that's busted in Standard, and I sort of want to, like, test it more in Mythic. Have fun. Bye-bye.